way of exhibiting the beauty in diversity, of synchronizing the tempo of each heartbeat into rhythmic swing, of each culture into unique layers of sound, dazzling like patterns of liquid crystal over Lake Evu when the sun hits it just right. But don't just take it from me. Why not step outside? Step outside of our limiting beliefs. Spend more time here, surrounded by the people we actually serve, co-creating solutions with them, not for them, and employing our knowledge to take action. For when the conductor disconnects from the orchestra, the soul of the sound is lost. Trust is simply not given, but earned through accountable action, transparency, and inclusion. We empower
One more time, a round of applause to Kukunu Arts. Beautiful masterpiece. We are launching into the theme of the day, trust, empower, and transform. And that is why we say look to the left of someone sitting next to you, ready to bring change and transform. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are having a wonderful time. Could you just turn to your neighbor and tell them Uomupinga Kureki? If you don't speak that language, rehearse it with your neighbor. Mugiro turasaneza pe. You can even add, wowe kichati cha kubele kundusha. All right. Good morning. Well, before we begin, allow me to appreciate and acknowledge you all for coming out and making sure that we are all here. We are in RUBAVU, and we are close to the biggest lake that we have here, one of the biggest in the region. And the reason we do that is to make sure that we disconnect from what keeps us busy, those family texts that tells you gas is almost done, who is picking the kid today. It's really to make sure that we have your attention. And I would love to ask, do we have your attention? Okay. Now to do that, I understand some of us had to keep our laptops with us for different purposes. Maybe we'll be speaking or preparing our presentations. But please do not let them be the only thing that you tell me that is going to drop the connection. That said, allow me to give some of the housekeeping information and announcements. For those of you who would love to use the restrooms, you have to head out and ask anyone you see in Mushanana or go to the Serena space. We built the tent a little bit slightly closer to Serena so that you could easily find it. The conversations here are going to be in English, so please don't worry. If you don't speak English, only the MC is allowed to drop in some propaganda for context purposes. You know, some things you cannot translate. Yeah, some things you cannot. I recently went in a wedding. This guy tried translating. It didn't work. It didn't work. This guy was like, Inga, this one was like, I'm talking of a cow, give milk, give sugar. Now, you see, those are not the kind of things we're going to be doing here, okay? So we try to keep it English. Our brother from England, do not judge our accents. We tried. All right. Now we can begin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank our sponsors here today. We have our Platinum Plus sponsor. Please give them a round of applause. All Mutual. Beautiful. Thank you very much for being with us and supporting this amazing cause. We have our Platinum sponsor, MUL. Thank you very much. We have our Diamond sponsor, National Bank of Rwanda, FMRE Botswana. A round of applause. Thank you very much. And our gold sponsors, we have Atlantic RE, CDG Group. We have Britam, we have Kenya RE, Continental Insurance, Eden Care, and Mayfair Insurance. Could you give them a round of applause? The silver sponsors are here. We have Africa RE, we have SMART, we have RBS, Reassurance Brokerage Solutions, we have TAN RE, and Africa Specialty Risks. Could you give them a round of applause? Our bronze sponsors, we have BK Insurance, JB Border, Waika RE, and Prime Insurance. Could you give them a round of applause? This is really sponsored. You people can show some love. We also have the corporate sponsors, the Prime Life Insurance, Sky RE, Insurance Brokers Limited, SCGRE, SCA Inter Limited, Sonarwa Life, Sonarwa General, KMG Insurance Training College, Ghana RE, and Samlam Alliance. Give them a round of applause. Beautiful, beautiful. And give yourself a round of applause for sponsoring this event with your appearance. Because if you didn't come, the photos, hey, we wouldn't really have a full house here today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin this event. I'm not the one to really give you the opening remarks. My job is to make sure the conversation moves smoothly. We have someone else that is going to be giving us the opening remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the conference convener at RIBA, Derek Kananura. Please welcome as he's officially giving us the welcome remarks. And this is the man behind the conference. He's been running up and down, so he's been reading the I hope this email finds you well more than anyone else. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Arthur. Good morning, everyone. I am very sure by now some people don't want to see me in their faces. Allow me to recognize everyone that has made the time to be here. Our representatives from the regulator, Amy, it's a pleasure having you around. The MD, Asar, it's a pleasure having you around. All the CEOs in the room, colleagues, guests, and distinguished members. It's a pleasure to officially welcome you to the 5th annual RIBA conference. Looking at the last few years we've been organizing this, it's impressive to see the momentum that this has gained over just for the last 4 years, and we hope to keep that going. When I look around the room, it's impressive to see the regulator, insurers, brokers. I even saw some loss adjusters seated around the same table. This time round, not arguing about policies, not arguing about claim settlements, not arguing about underwriting terms, but rather convening around the same topics that we are going to be discussing throughout the next few days. Trust, empower, and transform. Convening to discuss about the future of our industry. Take a moment to look at everyone that is seated around you. They are either your biggest competitor or someone that you've been testing for the last few months to be able to have a meeting with them. This is the opportunity to actually get that deal closed and get the conversation going. The conference is an opportunity to step away from all that we do every single day and focus on what truly matters, which is protecting our customers and making sure that we embed that trust that the insurance industry strives to achieve. I was going to ask people to switch off their emails, but I just remembered some of us are still struggling with IFRS 17, so I might as well just let you deal with it. A quick word about the theme night. I've noticed we are getting more questions about the theme nights than the actual technical sessions. Clearly shows where our priorities are when we are in RUBAVU. We've got theme nights for every single day, apart from Saturday. But tonight, we'll have all mutual host us to a very sumptuous dinner. And I hope you packed your tuxedos. I hope you packed your neckties and your best to bring to the event. I would like to recognize All Mutual, our Platinum Plus sponsor. Chantal, Mucho, it was a pleasure coming together to partner for this. MUA, you're some of the easiest people to work with. You know what you want, and you know how to get it. Unfortunately, at an expense sponsors, everyone that chipped in. We thank you very much. This wouldn't have happened without your input. I'm not going to take a lot of your time. I would like us to savor the moment, enjoy the events, enjoy the discussions, network. I'm sure that some of us have not met in a year, especially those come out of the different countries into Rwanda. This is the opportunity to revive the conversations that you started last year when you were in RUBAVU. And we are hoping those come to fruition and bear you some good numbers. Otherwise, there is no other way to justify the expense to travel to RUBAVU every single year. With that, I don't want to take much of your time. I would like to welcome you to the 5th annual RIBA conference, and please enjoy yourselves, counting on the fact that we wish that all your risks are well managed. A lot of your claims fall under someone else's portfolio, and that your premiums are paid up, since Femi is here to remind us. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here, and welcome to the 5th annual RIBA conference.
It is official, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we can begin the conversations, and today is another day to start with talking about what we're going to be discussing. You mentioned something beautiful. I hope you get engaged in this, get to network and connect, and know someone you don't know, and close a deal you've been chasing to close, because again, that will really bring about the return on this investment. Now that we've begun the conference, allow me to welcome our first speaker, and this is indeed the chairperson of RIBA. Ladies and gentlemen, could you give a round of applause to our chairperson, Mendy Milbedi, to offer her address to us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At Selma I learned in Uganda, the night economics worked very well, and unfortunately delayed our program. So today, you will bear with us if we go for lunch a bit late, because we still want to keep a half day. So distinguished guests, representatives from the National Bank of Rwanda, CEO of ASA, Chairperson of ASA, President of RIBA, fellow leaders of insurance associations, our sponsors, speakers, and partners, colleagues from across Africa, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So insurance begins with a promise. It is a promise that when illness comes, a family will not face it alone. When disaster strikes, a business can recover. When uncertainty threatens progress, people will move forward with confidence. But a promise written in a policy document is not enough. It must be understood, it must be trusted. And when the moment and need arise, it must be honored. That is why we are gathered here today. We are not here simply to discuss how much our industry has grown. We are here to ask whether that growth is being felt by the people and businesses we exist to protect. We are here to move from policies issued to lives protected, from financial inclusion to meaningful insurance coverage, and ultimately from promise to progress. It is therefore a great honor to welcome you to RUBAVU and to the 5th RIBA Annual Conference. identity. The Rwanda Insurance Brokers Association, RIBA, is now the Rwanda Insurance Brokers Organization, RIBO. We had many questions, why RIBO? We have only changed one letter, so please do not worry. We have not changed our bank account, our bank details, so please, the money is still safe and coming into the right hands. The change was made to align with requirements of the Rwanda government's board. It does not alter our mandate, commitment, and responsibility, but it gives us an opportunity to renew them. So RIBO must be more than a new name on a logo. It must represent an organization that is more visible, more responsive, and more determined to help shape the future of insurance. Our 5 conferences tell the story of that journey. We began by considering the future of insurance in Rwanda. We then explored the power of partnerships, navigated new frontiers, and called our industry to innovate, integrate, and insure. This 5th conference brings those conversations together in 3 words: trust, empower, transform. Trust is the beginning because insurance is at the heart of a promise. The customer pays today because we promise to be there on a difficult tomorrow. The policy may be issued by a company, but the promise is carried by every person in the value chain. Trust is not built by attractive brochures, complicated wording, or a long list of exclusions printed in a front that requires both glasses and a prayer. It is built when we explain cover honestly, recommend what the client genuinely needs, treat people fairly, and pay valid claims promptly. As brokers, we stand between the insurance promise and the customer's lived experience. That position gives us influence, but it also gives us responsibility. We cannot ask the public to trust insurance if we are not prepared to challenge poor service, unclear products, and practices that place the institution before the customer. Rwanda's National Strategy 2026 to 2035 recognizes this clearly. It places public awareness, insurance education, consumer protection, and customer-focused market development at the center of the sector's future. It acknowledges that growth cannot be measured only by premium volume or profitability. It must also be measured by confidence, claims responsiveness, inclusion, and resilience we create for households and businesses. Rwanda has achieved financial inclusion of approximately 96%, yet formal insurance coverage remains low. That gap is not merely a disappointing statistic, it is an invitation. It tells us that people are participating in the financial system, but insurance has not yet made itself relevant, accessible, or trusted enough in their daily lives. This brings us to empowerment. People cannot make good insurance decisions if they do not understand the choices before them. A customer who signs a proposal form without understanding the exclusion has not been empowered. A broker who has a license but lacks the skills, data, or technology to advise properly has not been empowered either. Empowerment, therefore, starts with knowledge. It means investing in financial literacy, professional development, and stronger institutions. It means designing for women, young people, MSMEs, informal workers, farmers, and communities that traditional distribution models have often overlooked. also means giving consumers greater control over their financial information. This is why Rwanda's open finance agenda matters to insurance. With clear and informed consent, secure data sharing, and proper accountability, a customer's financial history can help institutions understand risk better and offer more relevant, affordable, and timely solutions. But let us be clear, consent must mean real choice. It cannot mean hiding permission on page 47 of the terms and conditions and hoping the customer clicks accept before their battery is at 2%. So open finance must remain open to people but closed to abuse. Trust will depend on strong data protection, transparency, cybersecurity, and clear responsibility when something goes wrong. Technology should make the customer more powerful, not simply make institutions more informed. Before I speak about transformation, I should address the most visible transformation in the room, my hair, or perhaps I should say the absence of it. When I cut my hair and became bald, some people asked whether it was a new look. Others quietly wondered whether organizing this conference had finally taken its toll. I prefer the more strategic explanation. It is a new step, a new me. I reduced overhead, improved efficiency, and eliminated the risk of a bad hair day. That is transformation. But the truth is that real transformation is not simply about looking different. It's about having the courage to let go of what no longer serves us, while preserving what truly matters. When trust and empowerment come together, transformation becomes possible. The National Insurance Strategy presents an ambitious vision of a people-centered, technologically advanced, financially sustainable, and inclusive insurance sector aligned with the Vision 2050. It calls for digital transformation, stronger data and analytics, universal coverage, customer-focused products, institutional capacity, and climate resilience. For our industry, transformation cannot be limited to putting an old process on a new screen. A PDF proposal from sent by WhatsApp may be useful, but is not a digital strategy. True transformation asks whether we can design simpler products, settle claims faster, use data responsibly, reach underserved customers, and collaborate across insurance, banking, pensions, fintech, and public institutions. For brokers, transformation does not mean becoming less relevant. It means becoming relevant in new ways. Technology can process transactions, but people still need trusted advice. Data can identify patterns, but it does not replace judgment, empathy, or advocacy when a client faces loss. The broker of the future must therefore be more than an intermediary. We must be risk advisors, educators, innovators, customer advocates, and connectors with the wider financial ecosystem. Our value will not come from standing between the customer and the insurer. It will come from standing beside the customer. That transformation cannot be achieved by one institution, one profession, or one country acting alone. I'm therefore especially pleased to welcome colleagues from across our region and beyond. Please give a round of applause for the huge delegation from Uganda. I think everyone saw them arriving in style on a bus branded MUA RIBA. A huge hand of applause to them. To the Kenya delegation, Kenyans, we have the brokers, we have regions who have some new innovations to share with the market. Kindly please network. We've got reinsurance brokers coming in Tanzania. We've got the brokers. We've got insurers. MUA are part of the insurers from Kenya, Uganda, and here Rwanda. So please, thank you. We have Burundi. We have Burundi coming in, brokers, insurtech. We have AMREF representatives from Burundi. So thank you. We have people from London. We have Mauritius. Which country have I met? We have Botswana. And we have Zimbabwe. So Zimbabwe, the lady that was the poet, was the Zimbabwean. So a big round of applause to Zimbabwe. So we cannot pay our market alone. So the conference is our opportunity to be honest about these challenges, learn from one another, and turn good conversations into practical commitments. Let us use the formal sessions, but also the coffee breaks, dinners, and conversations besides Lake Kivu. Sometimes the most useful industry strategy begins with two people saying, we have the same problem. Why don't we solve it together? To our sponsors and partners, thank you for investing in this platform. To our speakers and panelists, thank you for sharing your experience. To the organizing team, thank you for the many hours of work, the phone calls, the last-minute changes, and the calm smiles that occasionally concealed complete panic. Ladies and gentlemen, the future described in Rwanda's national insurance strategy will not arise simply because the strategy has been published. Open finance will not create inclusion merely because we built the APIs. And RIBA will not become stronger merely because we changed the letter A to O. Transformation happens when each of us changes how we lead, advise, design, collaborate, and serve. So as we begin the 5th conference, let us make 3 commitments. Let us earn trust by placing the customer at the center of every insurance promise. Let us empower people with knowledge, choice, protection, and control over their data. And let us transform our industry, not for the sake of appearing modern, but so that the insurance becomes a stronger force for resilience, investment, inclusion, and prosperity. My haircut may be the most obvious transformation you see this morning, but the end of this conference, I hope it will be the least important one. So welcome to the 5th RIBA Annual Conference. Let us trust, let us empower, and together, let us transform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mendes. And she's just touched on something really beautiful. You should use all the opportunities you get to maximize your presence here. And that starts from the people you decide to sit with. So once we go for the coffee break, I think she mentioned the fact that since we started a little bit late, so we'll make sure you have enough energy for you to go through all the way. So I'll bring the coffee break closer to you so that we can have that taken. But when we come back, please, make sure you don't sit with the same people you came with. The people from Uganda, it will be such a shame if the whole table is speaking Uganda. It should be, what did you say? What are they saying? So that you get to connect. If you agree, just say yeah. Beautiful. So I know you've already taken your seat. So once we go in a coffee break and we come back, I myself will make sure that we mingle by color, by force. Now that we've heard from our principal, the chairperson at RIBA, ladies and gentlemen, it is just now the time to hear from the chairperson of the East African Insurance Brokers Association, also doubles as is actually the national chairman of Association of Insurance Brokers of Kenya. He's here with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome John Arap to deliver the remarks representing all the different organizations coming from all the countries, associations, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Botswana, and all the others. The floor is all yours. And Burundi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to write on the protocols made, and again to say, dear delegates, and on behalf of the East African Insurance Brokers RIBA, I extend our warm congratulations and sincere appreciation to the Rwanda Insurance Brokers RIBA. We particularly commend RIBA for its continued support and commitment to the objectives of RIBA. Your active participation in strengthening the regional collaboration and sharing knowledge and advancing interests of insurance brokers across the region. I also extend my sincere gratitude to our colleagues from the region, RUBAVU, led by President Rita. Please be upstanding with your advisor. That's Rita, the newly elected president of RUBAVU Uganda, and our advisor, Mr. Mark. Madam Eminita Elias from Tanzania, TIBA, with your advisor, Mr. Amir Kiwanda. Then I have Mr. Diodone from Asepefu, Burundi, with your advisor, Milet. And then finally, I have Madam Mendes, President of RIBA, the advisor, Dr. Ben, the upstanding. And then from Kenya, I have two advisors by virtue of the position I hold. So I have Mr. Anthony Mwangi, Mr. Advisor, and we have Joseph Otieno, who's also my advisor. I want to recognize the support that our colleagues have given us, and I want to thank each and every delegate who is here for accepting to attend this regional conference in RUBAVU. RIBA remains firmly committed to deepening collaboration among insurance brokers across the region, and by working together and sharing experiences and promoting best practices, we can create opportunities for our members and strengthen our profession and contribute towards the development of our professional growth, resilience, and inclusive regional insurance industry. I also wish that we support the other conferences that are coming. One in particular that will be there in a month's time is the RIBA conference, which will happen in Zanzibar from 24th to 25th. I'm sure before we close the session on Saturday, Madam President Elenita will give us more details about it, but it would be good for people from Rwanda, from Burundi, from Kenya, from Uganda to visit Zanzibar. I hope we'll be able to get anywhere also to sponsor the bus, right? To Zanzibar. That will be a great honor for us. Equally, I also want to mention to you that Kenya will be hosting also their 20th AIBK conference. You are on the 5th, as we are on the 20th. So we'll be hosting the same in Mombasa. We expect to see all of you in Mombasa so that we can network together. We look forward to grateful event here in RUBAVU, and we are delighted that RIBA and its delegates will enjoy the moment and each and every opportunity that will be accorded to us by RIBA. Again, I want to wish RIBA and its delegates a successful and proactive, memorable conference for 2026.
Every day begins with someone deciding to move, to open, to build, to deliver, to grow, to go further.
Thank you very much, and that is a good announcement that we've just made for the 20th time. in Mombasa. I'm sure some of you have started sending messages to your partners that are saying, aha, the vacation we've been waiting for is knocking. Now, this is what we're going to do. We're just done with the first session, which is the opening remarks from the different speakers. Now that we have the context, and we know who is in the room, we know why we are here, and what we expect to take home at the end of these days, it is time to dive deep into the different case studies that we've seen. Some of us have actually worked on beautiful transformative interventions, and it's time to learn from each other because that is why we are here. Now, before we do that, some of us were rushed to enter the building. We missed our breakfast. We woke up a little bit late. So what we're going to do, we're going to stay on this agenda. We're going to use 20 minutes. How it's going to go?
Every day begins with someone deciding to move, to open, to build, to deliver, to grow, to go further. Across Rwanda, progress is happening in thousands of different ways. A business takes its next order. A farmer prepares for another season. A family makes another plan. An idea becomes an investment. A journey becomes an opportunity. And no ambition moves alone. Behind every business are employees. Behind every investment are livelihoods. Behind every journey are people waiting at the other end. Behind every opportunity is something worth protecting. Insurance does not create ambition. It gives ambition room to move, room to take the next step, to invest, to employ, to explore, and to keep building when the future is not completely certain. And behind better protection,
12 plus 20 is 30 what? Now that you're in class. 1032. Tell your neighbor, 1032. And when you come back, apart from the tables that are intentionally sitting together, when you come back, you don't sit with the person you're seated with. Change it a little bit. Thank you very much. See you in 20. The coffee break is at the poolside at Serena Hotel. When you head out, the team is going to show you. Thank you.
every day begins with someone deciding to move, to open, to build, to deliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you to please make your way. We are about to begin. Let me ask the protocol team to help us with this. We can ask everyone who's still at a coffee break. Request them to come with their coffee cups or anything they've been biting on. We are beginning.
Every day begins with someone deciding to move, to open, to build, to deliver, to grow, to go further. Across Rwanda, progress is happening in thousands of different ways. A business takes its next order. A farmer prepares for another season. A family makes another plan. An idea becomes an investment. A journey becomes an opportunity. And no ambition moves alone. Behind every business are employees. Behind every investment are livelihoods. Behind every journey are people waiting at the other end. Behind every opportunity is something worth protecting. Insurance does not create ambition. It gives ambition room to move, room to take the next step, to invest, to employ, to explore, and to keep building when the future is not completely certain. And behind better protection is something equally important, a better conversation. Someone who understands the client, who asks the right questions, who sees more than a policy, and helps turn uncertainty into informed decisions. Because Rwanda will keep moving, businesses will evolve, technology will advance, people will aim higher, and with every new possibility will come a new. Every day begins with someone deciding to move, to open, to build, to deliver, to grow, to go further. Across Rwanda, progress is happening in thousands of different ways. A business takes its next order. A farmer prepares for another season. A family makes another plan. An idea becomes an investment. A journey becomes an opportunity. And no ambition moves alone. Behind every business are employees. Behind every investment are livelihoods. Behind every journey are people waiting at the other end. Behind every opportunity is something worth protecting. Insurance does not create ambition. It gives ambition room to move, room to take the next step, to invest, to employ, to explore, and to keep building when the future is not completely certain. And behind better protection is something equally important, a better conversation. Someone who understands the client, who asks the right questions, who sees more than a policy, and helps turn uncertainty into informed decisions. Because Rwanda will keep moving, businesses will evolve, technology will advance, people will aim higher, and with every new possibility will come a new question. What does it take to protect what comes next?
All right. Thank you very much for joining us once again. May you please take a seat so we can begin. Thank you. May you please take a seat. I hope you remember to be sitting with somebody different from who you were seated with in the past session. If you don't remember, could you just take your table and go find somebody else? Alright. Now let's begin. May I have your attention, please? Thank you. For those who are standing, please take your seats so we can begin. Part of the activities that we have today, later on after lunch or whenever you see a free spot, RBC, in partnership with Eden Care, brought you a chance for you to transform lives. And this can be done through blood donation. So if you are ready, anytime you get a spot or when you get a free moment, you can do that. The protocol team could easily show you. I think it's at the back of this tent, somewhere there. They can easily show you. So we will have a specific time after lunch to do that. I just wanted to mention it way before we commence into the program. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin the session by awarding a token of recognition to the presidents of the different broker insurance associations here in the region. That is Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi, as well as Uganda. And this is a token of appreciation from Rwanda. It's going to be handed over by Mendes herself. So let me ask the representatives from the different, I think we have all the presidents with us here today. Let me have the presidents from all the associations that are represented here to join us on stage so we can hand over a token of appreciation that we have for you. For the purpose, may I ask you to please stand over here. Mendes is going to do the tough job of handing over the amazing gifts. Let me ask the team to start with a gift we have for the Kenyan delegation led by the president himself. Beautiful. Let's take a photo. We could just step aside just slightly. Yes. Thank you. Let me have the team prepare Uganda first. This is a token of appreciation, all the support, the hard work that you put in to make sure that the collaborations continue and to have such a wonderful day. Thank you very much. May we prepare Tanzania?
you for being involved. You can put that in sentence. And then, we are going to from that. And we're going to do that from the different perspectives that we've created, and we're starting with the development of this application, and this is how we do it. Now, this is going to go, and we're going to explain the procedures to please use the time well. After the presentation, you've got a moment of asking a burning question. What is the burning question? A burning question is the question you can't wait to ask when you're just two of you. That is the burning question. The rest of you shall clearly find out because some questions only benefit you and you could always keep them in the networking moment. But if it's a question that really benefits everyone, so please set it aside as a burning question. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, RUBAVU is taking us through their presentation. They will later on take over the session, bringing the MD as well as the different speaker, the keynote speaker, and we'll follow and ask questions later. Let us begin with a video that is prepared. Thank you. Let me have the technical team right after the video. And then after that, we'll go through the presentation they have for us.
Every day begins with someone deciding to move, to open, to build, to deliver, to grow, to go further. Across Rwanda, progress is happening in thousands of different ways. A business takes its next order. A farmer prepares for another season. A family makes another plan. An idea becomes an investment. A journey becomes an opportunity. Every day begins with someone deciding to move, to open, to build, to deliver, to grow, to go further. Across Rwanda, progress is happening in thousands of different ways. A business takes its next order. A farmer prepares for another season. A family makes another plan. An idea becomes an investment. A journey becomes an opportunity. And no ambition moves alone. Behind every business are employees. Behind every investment are livelihoods. Behind every journey are people waiting at the other end. Behind every opportunity is something worth protecting. Insurance does not create ambition. It gives ambition room to move, room to take the next step, to invest, to employ, to explore, and to keep building when the future is not completely certain. And behind better protection is something equally important, a better conversation. Someone who understands the client, who asks the right questions, who sees more than a policy, and helps turn uncertainty into informed decisions. Because Rwanda will keep moving, businesses will evolve, technology will advance, people will aim higher, and with every new possibility will come a new question. What does it take to protect what comes next?
Good morning. Am I audible enough?
Oh, yeah?
Okay. Is it better now? Okay. Good morning. My name is Simonetta Perlemi-Teleko. Yes, I know. My parents took enough time to call me all the names possible. I will be taking you through the presentation on behalf of Old Mutual Insurance Rwanda PLC. I serve Old Mutual as the Marketing and Communication Manager. If I could maybe have the technical help with the presentation. All right. Thank you very much. So, well enough, Mendes helped us to introduce the theme, Trust, Empower, and Transform. And today we believe at Old Mutual that first, the trust. For all of us to be here, we believe that we've built the trust. And for that, we really thank you very much. And as we move now to empower and transform, we go beyond insurance, we go beyond protecting what we've already known, but rather can we anticipate the risk ahead. So, next slide. All right. So the risk has changed. Like I was saying, we've moved from fire, theft, accident, things that we knew that already were happening, and then how can we protect what has already happened? But now, can we anticipate the risk ahead? And then what is next? So we have cyber technology is taking away. Artificial intelligence is, for some of us, are still hoping that they will not take our jobs, but at the same time, it comes with its own risk. The climate. We were supposed to be in summer, and now today we could have rain anytime. Thank you so much. Health and business interaction. We believe and strongly think that economy is moving forward because people are investing in entrepreneurship, in creating more jobs, but at the same time, they get to have a more risk because they are taking more anticipation. So now, the questions have changed. What happens if you cannot operate? I mean, what happens if something is damaged? Because before it was a house that I have built so much, and the car that I have saved so much. But now, what happens if we cannot operate? Because we are moving forward with SMEs, we are moving forward with business and entrepreneurship and innovation at all costs. What happens if our data is compromised? Security data is very important. And what happens if technology is used against us? And what happens if our people cannot work? Even though we think that technology might as well take away the job, but there's also a very important part of where we will still need to operate that technology. So what happens if something happens and we cannot deliver what we were supposed to deliver? So now, with AI, we know the risks that are coming with that. There is instructions, fake instructions. There is invoices that you can click now. There is identities. Even beyond that, there are fake voiceovers and videos that could give misleading information. And in data privacy, we were as well looking at security data and protection. So sometimes the biggest loss is not what was damaged, is number one, can we pay salaries? We all want at the end of the day to see that money in the bank account. Can our loan obligations continue? Can reputation takes a hit? If reputation takes a hit, can someone cover it for me? Again, if I'm to quote Mendes said, can we stand together if anything was to happen? So now the business interaction, like I was saying, is no longer what I lost, is can the business continue? We've now come with what we are trying from Old Mutual, but we believe that we can only move it with all of us together. First, we will have health. I remember maybe something I hadn't mentioned. I went to study in Nairobi, and I remember my dad, the first question he asked me was, will you have insurance? So to him, the most important thing was, is your health covered? If you are far from my health insurance. And then now, if we move it to business, like I was saying, there's productivity, there's income, and there's family responsibilities. We still want to go personally and more as we want to go professionally, and then quality of life. So I will bring this into two, introducing now chronic disease management. Chronic disease management program is a program in our medical department that is now moving from can we support the people with chronic disease from not always going back to the hospital to then go through the same labs and then later on see the same doctor from consultation, and then after that write the same medication that either way you've been taking every 3 months or every 6 months or every month, but rather can we supply that where you are? Can you refill from a pharmacy that we have a partnership with? Can the hospital support you from where you are without necessarily having to go back and go through the same process? We have started with hypertension and diabetes, but we believe that we will move from there, moving forward to asthma, because that is also, as most importantly, to refill with Vampolines and all of those. And we hope that as we come to each one of you to maybe pass this towards your clients, but even towards the people that we hold dear to us, our customers, we will be able to support them in the things that are the most paying. And thrive. Remember what I said, if I go back very quickly, I say productivity, quality of life. Thrive is a wellness app. A wellness app that we believe that has 4 scores. There is Thrive Living. Those are your usual physical wellness. We all now have smart watches. It's been counting those steps. In a few minutes, if you see me moving around, I am making sure that I have my 10,000 steps. So yes, we have those smart watches that are counting those steps. Now, can they count steps and give you an award? At the end of the day, you do not do rounds for the sake of doing rounds. Can I at least go home and maybe get a dream tomorrow so that I can be walking on a pad, maybe not necessarily walking in the garden? And then we have Thrive Nutrition. Every year, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one. I want to stand on those that we make a decision and a resolution that we will eat better. I don't know if we know what eat better is. For some of us, eating greens doesn't change so much in our system because what we lack is not the green things, but sometimes it's protein. So I'm supposed probably to eat more on that side. So we have Thrive Nutrition. Like I say, they will be challenged. There are challenges. There are rewards at the end of the day that push you to see that beyond what you're seeing within you that is moving, there's also the changes that you are getting in your day-to-day. And then there's mind, and then financial and institutions. So financial for us is a wallet. Can you save better? So at the end of the day, you've come from doing your 10,000 steps in the day with living, you've eaten better with nutrition. You have a more calm and peaceful mind because corporate can sometimes be a lot, 9 to 5 can be a lot, deliverables can be a lot. Sometimes you can't relax. So there's that mind, and then at the end of the day, there's financial, where you have saved and also prepared for the future. Thrive has a corporate dashboard for the employer, where employer can also give rewards to their employees. So now the broker's role is getting bigger. Like I said, we've moved from covering the damages, the things that we already know that have happened, to can we understand the exposures? Can we look forward and see this is the risk? Can we anticipate and better protect everyone because that's what we've decided to do? And then ask a better question, move beyond the traditional insurance checklist and connect the risk. Now, the bigger picture, which I hope you can go, anything you might forget, my name being the first one, I know. But if you can forget everything that I've said, please go home asking yourself this. Can we see the risk earlier? Can we manage it better? Can we help our customers become more resilient? And if there is anything that you have ever thought that maybe insurance should be doing, then let us know, because that is what we've decided to do. Thank you so much. All right. I think I should now give it to one person that I think will have more to say, and that will give us a more understanding, our dearest managing director.
Good morning. Let me start by excusing myself and my fellow MD of Old Mutual in Kenya. It's because there are many, we are more than 2 MDs in the room from Old Mutual. That's why So I am very happy to see a sea of green this morning, and I'm proud to say that Old Mutual has owned up to its commitment to have everybody wear green on the first day. A round of applause to Old Mutual. So, distinguished guests, representatives of the regulator, RIBA readership and members, fellow industry leaders, even those who have refused to wear the green shirt, I can see you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is a great pleasure to join you at the 5th RIBA Annual Conference. First, allow me to congratulate the Rwandan Insurance Brokers Organization for bringing us together once again and for creating a platform where our industry can pause, reflect, challenge itself, and look ahead. As my colleague has said, the risk has changed. So we are here to pause and reflect on what's next for our industry. So at Old Mutual Insurance Rwanda, PLC, we are extremely proud to support this conference as the main sponsor, Platinum Sponsor Plus. But our presence here is much more than just sponsorship, it's about partnership. We are here to create partnerships with everybody present, even the competition. So I believe the theme of this year's conference captures exactly what our industry needs: trust, empower, and transform. First, insurance is a promise. Therefore, the key part of trust. Customers will pay us today, trusting that when tomorrow brings its own uncertainty, we'll be there and we'll be ready. So that truth is not built by brochures, by contracts that have the smallest ink, but it is built at the moment of truth when the customer makes a claim, and we must always stand with them. We must always be there. That is why every claim settled fairly, every broker supported, every customer treated with dignity is an investment in the future of our industry. Trust is our currency as insurers, so let's protect it. But trust alone is not what drives us. It's not enough. We must empower. Empower our customer with knowledge. The world has so much changed that, as it's been said, the basic risks that was covered yesterday is not what needs to be covered today, neither tomorrow. We must empower our brokers with the tools and information they need to serve better the customers that we strive to serve ourselves. Empower people to innovate, to bring new products that address those new risks, and empower businesses, especially our SMEs, to understand that insurance is not simply a cost. Insurance is the confidence to take the next step. As Old Mutual, we see our brokers not simply as a distribution channel, but as our partners. And when our brokers succeed, customers succeed, and when customers succeed, the industry succeeds at all levels. And when the industry succeeds, Rwanda succeeds. And finally, we need to transform. The risks facing customers are changing, so is the technology. We started with basic computers, now AI has come up. So customer expectations are changing also, and therefore insurance must change and go with the same pace as well. But transformation is not technology for technology's sake. Transformation means insurance simpler, faster, and more accessible and relevant. Let us use technology to improve claims. Let us use data to understand the risks better. Let us innovate products for tomorrow's customer. But let's never forget, technology may change how we deliver insurance, but trust will always define why people choose us. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no one word behind all three except partnership. Trust requires partnership, empower requires partnership, and transformation requires partnership from all of us. No insurer can do this alone. No broker can do this alone. That's why you have RIBA. So we must build this future all together. So as we leave this conference, let us make the three commitments. Let us trust through our actions. Let us empower through knowledge and partnership. And let us transform through courage and innovation. At Old Mutual, we are ready to walk this journey with you because our ambition is bigger than growing our individual business. Our ambition is to grow the insurance industry, and doing so, contribute to the resilience and prosperity of Rwanda altogether. Let us together build an insurance industry that Rwanda can trust. Thank you very much. Murakoze cyane. So let me take this moment to invite my fellow MD from Kenya, Dr. Isaac Nzioka, who will be our keynote speaker for this event. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chantal. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am quite pleased to be joining us here. As we saw, I was almost jumping ahead of our MD. Madam Chairperson, thank you to you and RIBA for inviting me to speak at your fifth conference, and congratulations. When I got the invitation, it came with instructions. And I mean it, they were listed. There were 5 things that I was told to speak to. And the focus, and that's what I want to do now, is to talk about my experience in the region in Africa, in insurance, that speak to your theme of trust, empower, and transform. So I'm with the Little Group based in Nairobi, and I believe there was a profile shared. So that experience starts with being a broker. I was a broker for 8 years, so I'm always very pleased to meet brokers. President knows I like to attend the AIBK in Kenya now here because broking was my first love with the industry, and where I learned a lot about what it means to protect people's livelihoods and businesses and families through insurance. Then got into underwriting. In the last about 10 years, I've been involved in broad transformation programs across our group. In Africa, looking after programs in 12 countries. And now recently running a digital business unit that we set up
recently. So the theme, I think the slides will come up. I found the theme quite relevant for where I see the industry at today, and also the things I've seen across Africa on the role of insurance. And my colleague has talked about the changes and where insurance now is going. And therefore, trust, empower, transform speaks to how, as players in the industry, we can play our role much better to support our communities, businesses, and economies that we operate in. Again, I think the slides will come up. As they do, Matthew, I was very pleased to see that the venue of this conference is along Lake Hill. It's probably one of the most beautiful places I've been for business. So quite the right place to be invited to come and join you and to speak to distinguished members. It's not me who is doing that. So just waiting for them to settle. Then if they give me a cue that we are good, then I can proceed. All right, thank you. All right, so I think for sake of time, then let me just go quickly. It will not be detailed as you will see. It's just quick bits of my own experience, the things I've seen, what I've come across in research, but focusing a lot on the Rwanda market. And starting off is to demystify a myth. When we talk about insurance in Africa, not just Rwanda, most of Africa, there's a sense in which Africans don't buy insurance, don't understand insurance, don't use insurance, and I think that is wrong. Because if you think about what insurance is, pooling of risk, Rwanda, 8 out of 10 people are in some form of pooled risks. So that's a positive to start from. Of course, you know most of this is in the government health scheme. About 93% of that 11.5 million people. Now, that starts to show us where the gap is, because outside the medical scheme, it means Rwanda has got just about 800,000 people insured. And I think that points to the opportunity that we all have to increase coverage, not just in Rwanda, but really across Africa. Penetration is a number I'm sure we've talked about in this conference, and others is low, 1.9% in Rwanda. Regionally, actually not too bad, even though it's so small. Rwanda is the second largest in terms of penetration to Kenya. Other markets are even much, much lower, meaning there's a lot of work ahead of us to do. And hence, gatherings like this one are most important to figure out what is it that stops us from driving more adoption of insurance, and what is the role of the different players. And hence, the theme of trust, empower, and transform, I think starts to talk about the answer to the question. So, the first point I wanted to make is that insurance is not alien to our people. They are already participating in insurance. Besides these structured ones, we know across Africa, all the markets I've been in, they are all manner of informal insurance protection arrangements, savings, credit, SACCOs, chamas in Kenya, and other things. So I think the question for us is, why have us who are in the formal structures not caught up with what is happening in the rest of the informal market? And that speaks to the barriers. Why is it that our people trust an arrangement that is informal, has no contract? Because the savings groups that we have, there is no written contract, but people are willingly contributing to them. Why is that? It's because the first thing is trust. They trust the people they deal with. They know them, and they know they'll be there when something goes wrong. Some of our challenges is the way we design products, how we take them to market. And one, and I think this is actually part of the national insurance strategy for Rwanda 2026, it's about the language. And while it's not the language like as in English or Rwanda, it's actually most insurance contracts are written to win at the court. They are written so that if there is a dispute, you will win. That's how it's designed. It's a problem because then customers read it and cannot see where their protection is. So these are some of the things as we think about transforming and empowering, is can we actually simplify the language in a way that it shows the customer clearly what am I getting into and how do I benefit from this arrangement. So I structured the discussion along those three themes: trust, empower, and transform. And the point I would like to make here, and I've seen it across lots of research and even just focus group discussions, the answer to trust is to pay claims. There are many other things you can do, but if you pay claims, pay them fast, transparently, you start to win the trust challenge. And it's not just pay the claim, but it's everything that is around that coverage, protection, and redemption. Pricing. Research is showing that compared to other markets in Africa, we've got limited use of data in our product design and pricing. So what happens is when, as an underwriter, I don't have sufficient data, my pricing is defensive because I don't know what could happen. When it's defensive, it's unaffordable, you reduce the pool, costs go up. So affordability is not the problem, it's actually the fact that we are not using sufficient data to inform products, to inform on pricing. And then I talked about RUBAVU. One thing we've done in all regions, which I think for brokers is good to hear, is for all us as executives, speed of paying claims, paying commissions, turning around complaints, sits at the scorecard of executives. So when you are dealing with an issue of your customer with an executive at mutual, you're actually helping them on their performance management. Because these are some of the things that we measure, because we believe they matter and they are part of what will help to manage the challenge of trust. So empowering. And I think that this was the purpose or focus of what I was asked to speak about, is how we use data and technology to empower our customers. But I want to start by saying, to empower the customer, first of all, you need to understand them. There's an annual survey we run in all mutual across different markets. We haven't started here in Rwanda. The stats you see on the screen are based on the Kenyan survey released earlier this year of the Kenyan consumer. Now, the summary is that, number one, Kenyan consumers are very optimistic. Not Kenya, I think that would apply to Rwanda, to many of our African markets. They are very optimistic. They believe that tomorrow is going to be better than today. So that's a good thing. Number two, 9 out of 10 have a goal, financial goal they are working towards. So as players in the industry, we have a market that is optimistic. They are hoping for a better future. They have goals they want to meet. And that says we have a place to play in our customers' lives. But the same survey shows us that our people are distressed financially. And I see brokers being critical players to start addressing those distressed points through better protection, understanding the customer need, and helping to structure products for them. So how do we empower our customer? And what is the role of technology, data, digital, partnerships? I think the customer is back to just get their stuff done quickly. Pay them claims quickly, medical is one of the big parts of insurance in this market and many African markets. But there are problems at discharge at hospital, approving an admission, all those things. So taking technology to reduce this time it takes to either pay or get an approval for something is one way of winning the trust challenge. But I think brokers, and being in a brokers conference is quite appropriate to state here. I think the broker is right at the center of empowering the customer. Because while technology will help us as underwriters, or even the customer to self-serve, there are things technology can never do, and only a broker can do. And the first one is, I talked about the language of insurance. It's technical, it's a contract, so it has got to be, written in legalese. It is the broker who helps to translate what all this means to the customer. And technology can never replace the role of a broker on that. Number two is, the broker is the advocate of the customer. As an underwriter, I am very interested in the success of the customer. But when there are disputes, when there is gray areas, who stands up for the customer? That's why I say, when I remember my 8 years in broking, that's what I love doing most. Being able to stand for your customer, argue for your customer, look for avenues to get your customer interest met. Technology can never replace that. And lastly and most crucial is, I believe the one thing that the industry requires most, more than products or affordability or anything, is advice. There's actually an advice gap in the market. Advice in terms of what actually do I need? What options are available in the market and what can I take? Again, technology can never do that. It's the broker who does it. As an underwriter or mutual, I'm going to be representing my product, isn't it? But you as a broker, you have the full view of the market, and you know, yes, all mutual, we are good in everything, but maybe there's something we are not the best. There's somebody else who has something else better for your customer. So that discussion on the kitchen table with your customer, understanding the nuances of whatever they are doing, they are running a business. What are my risks? What do I need to do? That, I believe, is how brokers empower customers. And our role as underwriters is to support brokers with the information that you need, with the tools that you require to be able to give the right advice to your customer. Besides technology, we invest a lot, as all the underwriters who are here, in make sure that we've got strong balances. I was looking at the 2025 DNR report on the insurance industry in Rwanda. And I think overall, balance sheets in the Rwanda market have grown by 23% or more. So that means that there is more capacity in the market for risks to be written locally. What does that mean? As a broker, then you have got a bigger pie to share from, because when we don't have capacity locally, risk has to be written abroad. Some of that value goes away. So we invest a lot as all mutual underwriters to make sure that we've got strong balances that can absorb more and more risk so that we write when we're in the market, providing capacity, skills, and resources. The understanding that for example, in this market and many African markets, there's still a gap. We don't have enough. According to we are investing quite a lot in training, in bringing our group resources to support our local teams, and then in the technology, the tools that brokers require to do their work with. Then the industry, because besides the customer and the intermediary is to empower the industry. And I think my colleague Chantal has talked about the power of partnership. There's a lot we can do as an industry, but we can do even more when we ride on other existing platforms. Banks have done well in reaching customers. Telecom companies have partnering with those we can reach further than doing it on ourselves. And other risk pooling mechanisms that exist in this market, as well as other markets in Africa. So lastly then is the question of transform, which I think is probably the beginning point. We are doing all these things, we need to transform ourselves to be able to meet the emerging needs in the industry, the different risks that my colleagues shared earlier. And I just got two aspects to this. How do you run transformations in organizations? That's something I've been involved in now for the last close to 10 years. And how do you also transform industries? I think for organizations, the first thing is making sure that you've got clear view of what success looks like. What are you transforming to? And how will you know when you transform it? So if it is, we talk about trust, and we say trust is, pay claims quickly. So what is the measure of paying claims quickly? What does it mean? I saw in the National Insurance Strategy 2026, the goal is to pay claims in 30 days. I believe that's just a flaw. Nice for us to raise the bar and say, let it be in 1 week, in 1 day, in minutes, instant, where we can, so that we define what a transformed business looks like. Secondly is to run transformation as business, not as a project. I've been involved in many transformation programs, some successful, others not. The ones that have failed is when transformation is seen as a project, because projects start and end, sponsors move, you get new leaders. But transformation run as a business withstands all those kind of things, and then you can see success coming through. So, be it individual brokers, you are transforming your own businesses, or the association itself, organization, or the industry, is to make sure it is embedded as part of business. And the last one is transformation always is about people. It's about understanding who are the people who are going to drive this transformation, what are their concerns, what are their fears, where would the resistance come from, what skills do they require, who gets impacted, how do I prepare them. So that's what transformation is all about. So as we think about transforming the industry, is to think that how do customers get affected, how do intermediaries get affected, how do underwriters get affected, what's the impact from the regulator, what is the impact to the economy, and then making sure that all that is well structured, and it's all about the people involved in it. So, I'm chairperson, like I said, quite pleased to join you today to celebrate your fifth conference to speak on this topic. I think you picked on a crucial theme that is the one that will drive the organization forward. Because when we do that, then we start looking at what you are seeing happening in other parts of the world in insurance, where we stop selling products, but we embed protection in the lives of customers through now what we call embedded insurance. So when a customer is starting a business, getting financing from a bank, getting insurance in that journey is a better way than going to sell them the insurance and they've already set up their business. When a parent is choosing which school to take their children, finding ways of embedding insurance in that journey is what transformation is going to look like. We talk about new ways of insuring, because things like agriculture, climate, they are difficult to design products, even more difficult to assess claims and evaluate. And we've seen many programs, in many markets actually, for agriculture, as an example, those who have studied it. It fails because it's not a type of insurance where you then start doing the things we do normally. Send an assessor, do adjustment, process a claim. It cannot work. You're talking about farmers who are, spread across many areas. So things like moving from that kind of insurance to parametric insurance, which payout is based on an index, whether it's a change in climate or flooding or something, that's what transformation will look like. Moving to microinsurance, moving to prevention. how do we protect customers to actually avoid the risk, not just paying out when the risk has happened? That's what regulation will look like. So I think that's a challenge to members here today. And I think Rwanda has shown the capacity to do that. I talked about agriculture is one of the most difficult products for many markets. Many markets have tried and almost said we can't do this. Rwanda seems to be showing the world there's a way of doing it, with the statistics that you can see there on the screen. So, as I close, please, and I say this to brokers, I'm an underwriter, so it might sound like I'm turning the tables. But it's because it's the most important discussion to have. Even start rating, and I know President from Nairobi have seen some associations starting to do that. Start rating your underwriters on claims payment turnaround. Because that's how your customers start to trust the industry. When they see that claim payment is a priority for the industry, let's figure out how to make insurance understandable to the people who are selling it to. And I think brokers, you've got a hero that maybe we can exploit more. You get a lot of data coming through because you've got a whole market view. How do we start pulling that data to inform how we design products, how we price them, and how we make sure that insurance is relevant? So thank you very much. Again, back to your theme is to say trust is earned by doing things quickly, plainly, and in a way that customers understand. We share the vision of empowerment, empowering customers, our partners, and each other. And then this journey of transformation is a choice. It's a leadership decision and a choice. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best with your contract.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and thank you for putting us through this beautiful presentation. Some of us have learned a lot, and I think among the people who are here, might be the only one representing customers. So, when you're doing your research stuff here, at travel, and so you can speak from a point of view. That was a beautiful presentation, and we could just do a kind of round of applause for the insights that we just received. Now, I acknowledge you as Paul as well as our speaker. So, I would like to start with the Managing Director of Old Mutual Rwanda to join us on stage. And we could now ask our amazing Mendes. Mendes is the only one request to be able to give this token of appreciation. Join us on stage. Let me ask the protocol team to bring the token of appreciation. You can bring both of them. Because after that, I will also ask Dr. Isaac to join us on stage so we can give you also a token of appreciation. Thank you very much. Beautiful. Thank you very much. We can read it for you. It's very heavy. Make sure you take it. Trust me, Mendes is doing a workout session. So when you see another form of transformation, you just know what happened. Now that we've had from our keynote speaker, some of us have the burning questions that I mentioned about. If anyone here has a question, this is the moment. You could shoot. You can ask Dr. Isaac, herself, or the team that presented, so that you get the full information that you want. I'll ask someone to help me with an in-house microphone, so that we can pick your questions. Anyone with a question? When we don't get questions, it means Dr. Isaac did an amazing job. We do not leave anything unanswered. Good. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present the next speaker, and this is another space moment. This is going to be led by the National Bank of Rwanda. To begin, it begins with a video. Let us watch the video, and then later on, I'll be asking Amy Ruganda, Acting Manager of Science Supervision at National Bank of Rwanda, to be joining us here today and give us the presentation that he prepared. So we can start with the video, and that's okay, beautiful. Let's start with the video, and then we'll be joining us on stage.
Proud to recognize the National Bank of Rwanda as a diamond sponsor of the 5th RIBA Annual Conference 2026. Proud to recognize the National Bank of Rwanda as a diamond sponsor of the 5th RIBA Annual Conference 2026.
Good morning. Is it still good morning or good afternoon? Yeah, thank you, RIBA, first of all, for inviting the National Bank of Rwanda. We are equally proud to be part of this conference. Let me also start recognizing my senior people in the room, starting with you, person of Assad. I'm happy to meet you. Mendes, RIBA President of Broker Association from our neighboring countries. I see Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Kenya. Thank you for consistently attending to this conference. I remember last year we were here, so we appreciate that collaboration. So I also recognize other members from industry, CEOs of insurance companies, our biggest host of the mutual. Thank you very much for being here. In fact, thank you for honoring this press. We can see all the mutual everywhere. And apologies, Madam LD, I am not in that speaker, of course. And it's not because I'm a regulator. There is another technical issue there, so I would like to be part of this green color. I will ask my presentation to be brought on. Yes. As they're trying to put this slide on, what I will say about this topic, I think it's very important that we discuss trust. And as far as insurance is a promise, then it is important that we convene here as insurance stakeholders, because in this room, there's nothing we can't do when we work together. So we can change policies, we can pay claims faster, we can do all we need to do for us to get our industry where we want to get it. So can you put on the slide, please? Next slide. So this is the flow of my presentation. I will just talk briefly about our insurance landscape for the sake of our colleagues from outside Rwanda. Then you will see what trust means, because one can struggle. There are so many synonyms of trust. with confidence. So I was struggling with those, and I said I should put this on my slide so that we can see the difference. Then why do we need trust insurance? Then I'll talk about the building trust, which is my topic, and then I'll discuss about the road ahead, which is basically our priorities and what we are targeting, where we want our insurance to be. I would briefly take you through the sector we dream in Rwanda, and then I will conclude with action, call for action. So, the insurance sector in Rwanda, I am very sure most people in the room are familiar. We have a total balance sheet of our sector is close to $1 billion USD, close to $1 billion. We are yet to be there. And I was checking in the region, I think Kenya has about 11 billion. Uganda will still struggle below 1 billion. Then Tanzania slightly above 1 billion. So you can see, as MD said, Rwanda is not so far when you compare with our colleagues. And okay, I was the one who I didn't know I have a solution now. Yes. So you can see it on the screen. When it comes to penetration, I agree with you. We have 1.9% as of December 2025, which is not bad. Because when you look at the continental average, that's African market, we are still below 3%, and then the global average, we have below 7%. So having 1.9%, it means yes, we have a lot to do, but then it also gives confidence that there is opportunity. And in terms of orders, as of June this year, we have around 1.5 million orders so far. Market players, I just included the insurance companies. I didn't want to overcrowd my slides, but brokers now, we are over 20 brokers. I don't know if you know that. You are growing day by day. Congratulations to you. Then we have road adjusters, about 37 road adjusters, and risk surveyors, 3 of them. We have accredited insurers, which are about 23. So we've been accrediting them. Before they used to come here, they pay, they take our premiums without us knowing them. But now we've decided that before you take our premiums out, you should get accredited here. So over 2 years, because we started this journey of accrediting in 2024, we have accredited about 23 international insurers. If you can see the market growth, you can see GWP average growth is around 15%, which indicates that we still have room for improvement. Then on the next slide, I want to talk about trust and what it means. Don't mind about the first 2 words, brief and confidence. I was just comparing the difference between the 3, but when you look at the brief, is what people think is true. They don't think, they have not experienced. And then when it comes to confidence, it's an expectation. But God's trust, it is deeper, it touches up. And it is about relying about someone. So the question I will ask for us of course, the gist is that based on what we do policyholders need to rely on us, or they just buy insurance because it's mandatory. some statistics I have that I would like to share with you in terms of product performance. I'm trying to help you understand or think of trust, how policyholders trust our sector, our industry. You know, we have many products on the market, but the most dominant are two. We have motor, which is, of course, third party is mandatory, and medical is also mandatory, I must say that. Now, when we look at the share of these two products, as of December 2025, they are about 65% of the industry, of the total portfolio. So the other share, 35. When we look at the next product, is the property which has 13%. And when you try to analyze this property insurance, most of them are coming from a bank insurance through mortgage. Because when a bank gives a loan, the person, they tell him to buy insurance. So in one way or the other, you will see the component of like not 100% voluntary. So when you add these numbers, they reach at 79. Yeah. And you only remain with 21%. Maybe you can say these are the only policyholders that come voluntarily to us. And that can tell you how trusted we are as a sector. So you can think about it. If they really think that we can be relied on, they can rely on us as industry. So I think that's why I say this is very important, and I want to use this statistic so that we can speak the truth, evaluate ourselves, reflect in these numbers, and say, okay, this is the journey we have to take in terms of building trust that we want. Because the other 1.9% we presented about penetration, I think it's coming on the next slide. We want to achieve 5% in the next 10 years. 5%. It's almost tripling what we have now. And the only way to triple this penetration is creating trust so that people think insurance is reliable and they can come voluntarily to buy our product. So that's a challenge not for me as a regulator, not for you as insurance, not for broker, not for whoever, for all of us to see what can we do to improve this stuff so that people come voluntarily because they rely on us. I think I will not spend much about this. Insurance is a promise, therefore anyone will briefly promise when there is a trust. That's the point. And there's something I want also to bring to your attention. You know, sometimes someone's car will crash another one's car. They both say, do you have insurance? Do you have insurance? Yes, we have insurance. Do you need to call police so that you can use insurance way to settle this matter? So they are at the level of damage and say, I don't want to go to insurance. So, whereas insurance companies benefit from that, but also it is an indicator that the process of claiming from insurance is hectic and no one wants to go through it. And that one also says that people don't trust the protection we say we offer. So it's up to us to say, what can we do to make sure that people have protection, but they also trust this protection, and whenever life goes wrong, they come to us. This is the equivalent. I said this plus this, we get the public trust. And I want to also emphasize that 90% of my content is actually speaking to the national insurance strategy, which we have don't and so many people have quoted it here. So we are saying if we get fair products will simply say you have products that speak to the needs of customers. When we are saying about affordable pricing, we are not saying that you undercut. No, just provide the pricing that is reasonable to the person you want to sell to. You know Chinese. Everyone knows Chinese. We all have Chinese products. And you will see Chinese products in Africa, you will see Chinese products in America, in Europe, everywhere. We have different purchasing power. So the quality of products in the US is different from what we have in here. The Chinese have said, no, we can't just ignore Africa because we consider them poor. They decide to produce what we can afford. So insurance companies, why can't we design products that even farmers, fishermen here, they can afford within their purchasing power capacity? So that's what we are saying, that we should price accordingly, according to needs. Because if you say, like, well, you understand me, I am from a regulator, I work for the central bank, I can cover maybe about 50 million sum assured, but someone maybe needs 2 million is enough, and maybe pays 2,000. So we are saying that we should break this something called insurance up to the level of this that we call poor people to also purchase insurance based on purchasing power. Claims paid promptly. Thank you, MD, for saying this. We always struggle to fight with insurance companies. I say it's open to you because there's nothing to hide. They will only trust us. They will only see as a sector that they can rely on when we pay claims promptly. Elsewhere, I've seen elsewhere, there is a company called Pioneer. It's from Philippines. I know it. So when they consider paying claims as an investment, that's the only way they market their product. Paying claims promptly, very quickly, depending again on the nature of the claim. You see like a claim that involves 500,000. Why should this claim not be paid in hours, not just days, in hours? We have regulations, we have said that you have to settle claim within 30 days, but not all claims need to wait for 30 days. There are some claims that you can settle within hours, and you are creating trust that these people will sell out to others. So education, this is also part of the national insurance strategy. This is pillar number one. Well, I know there are some claims that are paid promptly, but do we make necessary noise about it? So we need to educate, we need to do awareness. I think this time in September we are planning for insurance week. Every September and October we do what we call insurance awareness. So I would be happy to see us now doing awareness, but of course using actions, not just going on a radio station, TV station, telling people who are just, we will say, these people never change. I would love to see a situation where one insurer is settling a claim live on a TV. Yes, you've got all the required documents, then the claim team work on what they are supposed to work on. The LD times, they hand over the check to the policyholder, and then what is that on TV live? Then that's when you talking about insurance, trying to, but then people need to see actions. So I think the best way to educate through awareness is using action, not just telling them why. I'm trying to be quick. This is the road ahead, the priorities. So as you recall, before 2021, there was no really market conduct provision or consumer protection. And in 2021, I think we introduced consumer protection law, not only for insurance, but for all financial services, including banking and payments. So whoever is consuming financial services, now there is a law protecting them. At the National Bank of Rwanda, we also established a consumer protection team. These are the people that handle on daily basis complaints related to financial services. So those are some of the actions we took. We also issued the regulation on consumer protection. We issued the regulation of complaint handling. The principles are there. The principles are there. The tools are there. Now, what needs to be done is to make sure that we insurance companies or financial service providers, we do not do things because regulation says so. No. We do things because we want to be trusted. We want to build partnerships with our clients. Alpha said just a moment ago that he's the only one representing clients here. It's a shame for sure. It's a shame for sure because I attended another conference last month and someone was challenging us. Like every time we come here, we say good things about us, but we do not know feedback from those that we serve. So what cost can it take to invite few representatives of policyholders maybe to be part of this conference? Then here, they also give them a chance to give us feedback. Because it's just a matter of asking someone or selecting few individuals, those who think credible policyholders. They come, they hear what we are speaking about, they also feedback so that whatever policies we are thinking of changing, whatever services we want to improve, we know that this speaks to the feedback from policyholders. I also want to challenge insurance companies that at least every year, it's better you conduct customer satisfaction survey. Just to give you a picture of how these people that you serve, I know maybe most of you do it, but if in case you're not doing it, consider doing it. It's very important. It has helped us, even as the regulator, we do that. Every year we conduct customer satisfaction, and we have changed a number of things based on the feedback that you give us as our stakeholders. So it's very important as we aim to reach 2035 with 12% penetration. It's very important that we also measure how these policyholders, the people we serve, view us, think about us, and what feedback they can give us for improvement. So, transparency, this is the key. Inclusive insurance framework. Maybe on this, I will just update you with what we are doing currently. Of course, this is in line with the national insurance strategy because we really want to develop this inclusive insurance where everyone will get a chance to have insurance. So we have started a project that was abbreviated as IQIS. IQIS is simply insurance and climate responsive solutions. So it's basically a project that we want to partner with the SACCOs so that SACCOs can sell insurance to their members. We are targeting around 4.2 million users of SACCOs. For those outside Rwanda, Rwanda has built a very good environment when it comes to financial inclusion. Someone said we have 96%. That is the finished survey of 2024. So that 96% were actually, the SACCOs are behind this number. So they are located everywhere in the country. They have they work with low-income earners, they work almost with everyone. So we want also to use this same channel to see how SACCOs themselves can sell insurance. So it's a project I think we are progressing very well. I know everyone in the room will reach a point where we get to you to give feedback about it and how best this can work. But this is in the spirit of making sure that we attain those targets that we see on the other side. because we are targeting 45% of adult population having insurance. At least one adult population having insurance by that year 2035. This is ambitious, but of course, it requires our energy, our efforts, our collaboration to make sure that we achieve these numbers. Run quickly. So basically, this is what we dream. We dream a sector that is trusted by consumers. In which they give you their hearts and they are comfortable that you are not going to break even. That's the market, that's the sector we dream. One that is innovative in whatever we are delivering. So in terms of distribution, in terms of product design, we make sure that this is very innovative and speaks to the needs of customers, including for all runners, women, young people, everyone, not excluding any. And of course, present to future risks. You know, risks change day by day. We change every day. So we want to have a sector that is ready to take up on these risks. The most important one is the one you see there is a flag of Rwanda. So Rwanda has ambitious development goals, and I am not sure currently if we are assessed as a sector, if we are aligned. So we have Rwanda. Dr. Ben, you know where Rwanda is insured. Yes, 100% the entire premium goes to UK market. We have the new international airport, it's coming soon. It's likely that it will go 100% to UK market. I think there is an artificial hydropower dam that we are constructing in Muhanga district. That is a whole project. We have issued so many authorization taking some very good businesses outside Rwanda. So are we really aligned to these ambitions? The answer is no. And we are losing. How are we going to get 5% when premiums are going? Obviously. So there's something we need to do as a sector. The next one is just call for action, and I will not read these things, you can see them. But what I want to emphasize is building trust or achieving that sector that we dream. It's not a sole responsibility of one institution. It's not for government, it's for all of us. So we must consider this as a shared responsibility in whatever we are doing, because by the way, if you are the people that meet with these customers. For us, it's like we come after you. So you know very well what they need, you know the pain points, you know what we can do to make sure we serve them. So it's just a call that we take up this, and with urgency, because time is running, and there's a time they will call us and ask us, you promised us to have 5%, you promised us to have this, where are you? So by that time, I am not sure who will be beaten up, if it is me or you, but most likely it will be all of us. So, in the interest of time, I can just conclude by saying, let us do what we are supposed to. We earn trust from the policyholders, we empower them and transform the sector. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandy, and for a very brilliant presentation. Before we go into handing over some of the token of appreciation to him, both as him as an individual as well as the organization that he is representing, doing out. This somebody feel like the burning question that we would love to ask. Give a lot of insights over there. Some of them affect us in terms of impact and deliverables and overall KPIs. But maybe you have 10 questions that you would love to push to the regulator, and maybe you've been testing them for a while, and maybe this is the time to ask that question. Please, you can sit. I will have to go from here. Could you please hand the mic?
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. I didn't change my watch, so I get confused around it. But good afternoon. Thank you, regulator, for a very important discussion. I particularly know, like you mentioned, that Rwanda Air is not insured in Rwanda. First of all, my thinking would be in your docket that you could, for example, ensure that it is insured in Rwanda. I just want to give you a simple example. In Uganda, where I come from, we had situations like those. We pushed and worked very hard and made it compulsory that if a risk is based in our country, you first insure in our country. Whether you want to see or share or do what, but someone in the country should pick some money from it. It's indeed then your responsibility that you should push for something like that, so that a national asset like Rwanda Air doesn't just go out to benefit other people when all these people are in this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. We also have another question from our brother from Burundi. Mr. Okama, would you like to get all the questions and answer them later? All right, perfect.
Yes, my name is Abdul Salam from Burundi. You mentioned about different insurance companies who are, you are crediting them to operate in Rwanda so you know where the money is going. Don't you think having a Rwanda insurance company will be the best decision in terms of return major local risk? How far are you with that? Because I think that would be the first step to be able to sort of the issue of premium. Thank you very much.
I've been through the sizzling, so some of these are very sizzling questions. I will have a brother who has a question over there.
Good afternoon, everyone. When we talked about the question, if you like to look at it, it's not a question, it's a recommendation. I would like to appreciate the pioneer through ourselves and trying to professionalize the industry in Rwanda with the help of ITC, where our voice have been helping as a facilitator here. What we have shared actually is very pertinent to some of our students who are in here. And I would like to remind them that some of the examination questions are going to come from his presentation. Thank you so much.
But Mr. said I mentioned that before the presentation. No.
Okay, introduce myself. I'm Julius Kakimbo.
Julius,
ITC facilitator.
Julius, thank you very much. Yes, Julius is one of those teachers who don't come start with assignments. You ask with a question? Yes, we have a question.
Sorry, Amy, the questions seem to be coming from Uganda. Bear with us. Thank you so much for your presentation, and I'd like to commend RIBA for what I believe is a very relevant theme. My question is, and I hope we can get to answer for all our regulators. Yes, as insurance intermediaries, we are doing our best to build trust, and that's why we wake up every day. It keeps us awake. However, and I know I'm speaking for my fellow intermediaries in the room, many times we find that there are bottlenecks that are created by the regulator. For example, let's talk about cash before cover. A client is expected to pay cash before cover. You're asking us to do inclusive solutions. My mother, who is a farmer, a coffee farmer, can probably afford to pay on a daily basis. Why can't you allow us to innovate to the point where we can get our clients to pay daily or monthly? We often compare ourselves to the telecom sector or even the financial sector, having been able to create inclusive solutions. But it's because the bottlenecks have been removed. From where we sit as a regulator, and I know you do have an association of regulators, can you think outside the box? The world has moved. Please let's move. Let's move. And trust me, the people in the room here have the solutions. We have amazing solutions, but many times we cannot innovate. We cannot build the trust because our regulators are not allowing us to. I want you to stick into that, maybe because I know Rwanda is making progress. You could maybe tell everybody else in the room whether you're thinking the way we are thinking. Thank you.
I think that means we could put them up. We can hand over the microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much to those who asked questions. It's very important. Now I have assurance that my presentation was interesting. Now, starting with Rwanda case. I agree with you. The regulator has a responsibility to say that this should be issued locally, and before you take it outside, you have to get authorization. We also have the same requirement. But then, sometimes they will come to us and tell us that the market is not interested in our risk. Yes, our risk is too heavy, no one is willing to carry it. Because we have had so many discussions before. In fact, we are the one that authorized Rwanda to go London. Because we usually ask, actually, before we give this authorization to take this stuff,
Africa is a land of opportunity, but also a land of rising challenges. From shifting weather patterns to digital threats, and from food security to financial resilience, the risks we face are evolving. At FMRI Botswana, we believe resilience is more than recovery. It is preparedness, strength, and adaptation. We stand with insurers and brokers across Africa, providing reinsurance solutions to protect against weather risks, cyber threats, and the growing challenge of food security. Our solutions are designed for Africa, by Africans, rooted in our deep understanding of the markets we serve. Whether it is building resilience for farmers, protecting businesses from cyber attacks, or preparing nations for the impact of climate change.
In terms of assessing where the market is and see what we can change. So, my colleague from Burundi asked about housing in Rwanda. I just want to confirm that this is one of our strategy priorities, because in terms of risk intention, we think having the national insurance is key. And you asked about where we are about that. I'm not sure if this is confidential, but it's public information because it's the strategy. So we are doing feasibility study this year. We are doing feasibility study to see if we need to establish this nationally. What are the pros and cons? So the feasibility study will inform the next steps. I cannot say it will be established or not. It will depend on the results of the feasibility study. Then, to read bottlenecks that we create. What I know when it comes to microinsurance products here, we allow this flexibility. You can do all the innovative ways you want in terms of simplifying the process to make sure that you serve these low income earners. The challenge is still on the conventional insurance. Our current regulation, and this is a big fight here. I have to be honest with you. I know CEOs in the room. This is a big fight that that is going on currently. But of course, it's a good fight because we fight to find solutions. So we are looking into ways how we can make sure that these big premiums, the best way of paying them, because what we saw is that paying at once 1 billion Rwandan francs is very heavy for anyone, regardless of the amount you have. 1 billion is big money after. So we are
right now. I have never.
So we are seeing how can we facilitate the industry. We are in discussions that time. Chairperson, you can say something about that because you are also concerned. But we are in it, and we have to fix it, and of course with solutions that support sector. I think that fits us down. Thank you.
Those were the questions, and thank you very much for all the questions that were asked. I would say this side represented this side, and I think they represented you well. We go on to the next session, and is that a question you're raising? So we have more questions. Okay, we're gonna make it maximum 2, so that we can maximum 2, and then from there we can move ahead if it's okay with you, Amy. All right.
Thank you, Amy, for the presentation. My name is Delphine Akima, and I'm from Old Mitchell. If you look at in your presentation, you say that insurance penetration is at 1.9. If you go back for the past 10 years, we see that we are moving from 0.7 to 1.9. So what is the incentive that the regulator has put in place for us to move there to 1.9? Secondly, what are you planning for the consumers to be able to adopt the insurance product among of their need in their day-to-day life? Thank you.
I think you can also talk from Andrew, has a question, and then one is enough. Thank you very much, Amy, for the presentation. And this is a fantastic gathering. My impression is just that today in the beginning, unfortunately, we don't know how struggled. But the before we go on, we have to put our first focus that we have gathered. I want to talk about two efforts. You mentioned about the thing about Ghana, the rest about custom common regulation that we have. I think the fact we need marketing will always be present. Not only do not for other products that are not available, but those to finance, to finance outside Rwanda. I don't know if the time, but I think there is the queries we need to really start and again. We can continue a regulator with capacity to have to go all those policies. We need to discuss. We read the first Africa specialized risks, and I saw representative on the band. Yes, for the Africa specialized risks, you can find for education, please. The work with the words of London, what happened? Now, the delivery in Nigeria that would be more capable or capable of national leads of London. And I have a representative here with the syndicate registered in London. So I think we need to have that discussion and fully understand, because Uganda Airlines is domiciled in Uganda. Qatar is domiciled in Kenya. Nigeria, all those countries, they domiciled those policies in their countries. So I think what we need to discuss is let's define the challenges that we are now before, understand what our current status is, then we'll see how we can be able to localize those policies. The second one is on the question of kind. To be honest for you, I agree with the regulator, we must run insurance companies that won't collapse. There's something that the regulator told you, and I told you a secret, but I think in the industry, we have receivables of $135 billion. And that's that. You can convert and see from your own currencies. What we need to work on is trust for the banks to see how we can fast track and make sure we educate our customers on putting up RPA so that they can pay installments. Therefore, we look at some flexibilities on some of the sectors because of the challenges those sectors are going through. I won't go into details, but these are things that we can discuss all together as stakeholders. But I appreciate the support you give us. That's all I said, but I don't talk about regulators. We have been available to engage and agree on how best we can move forward in terms of reaching the 5% of market of insurance penetration in Rwanda. And I think if we address some of the issues which are not very well, we should be able to achieve this even before, even within 5 years or probably less than 10 years. Thank you very much. And I think it was more commenting on some of the subjects that were mentioned, but we had a question from a gentleman over there regarding the numbers and re-evaluation of it.
Thank you, Andrew. I knew that you were going to comment on this. Anyway, what we have done from 0.7 to where we are in terms of penetration, I think whatever development we have had in the insurance sector is aligned with what the country has achieved. So when economy grows, the sector also grows. The issue is sometimes we do not cope up with the economy. They grow faster than we grow. Of course, that will take me to a second question. The only way we can achieve those targets of 2035 is to make sure that we live with the economy. Because we can't, on behalf of Rwanda, can't restore anything beyond Rwanda. So we have to make sure that as the economy moves, we live with it. We build this trust that we're talking about so people can understand the rise of parents and are willing to take it because by 2050 we are aiming to be a high income country, and you can see so many people will be having something to insure at least. So our position, our aim is to make sure that we live with the economy and we make sure that all people that don't have insurance are still vulnerable. Having access to cannot afford insurance, through collaboration like this, through working with the stakeholders I mentioned, have had some police organizations that are willing to venture into insurance. Those are some of the areas that people trust, and we hope that will take us there. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a bit of the final part. The police organization going into insurance, I can already see the slogan, even Jesus advises. Currently, I'm going to really ask you to be the person that is going to be handing over the token of appreciation to Mr. Omo. We are giving you 3 tokens. One belongs to you personally, and another one belongs to the organization you represent. Finally, have you please call us and vote. Thank you. Let me ask the team to help me. We could start with a token to the person to be an honor. Since we are all the same, I don't know this one for the photos. Okay. But we are all the same. And we can take the same photo. And in terms of reporting, we make sure we add 2 copies. Thank you very much. People might lift it. It's quite heavy. Yes. It shows how much you've contributed to these conversations. Thank you very much. Another thing, this was a very good conversation, and if I may advise as a customer, when you go for lunch, Mr. Andrew, when you go for lunch, you could sit at the table of all the insurers and any and take the decision. And I've come to understand that decisions made right before people eat are very impactful. Because you can measure it as you walk off that table. If they don't remember them, then you can measure your impact. So, use that opportunity, just sit at that table and check it out, because I have no idea that Rwanda is insured by other people, not us. That's the message I took. Let's to the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the head of life and health in the panel, giving us an amazing presentation to talk on the future. We are sharing sustainability and economic reform. The first thing is one person welcoming to stand. Yes. The first is yours. Thank you.
Let me know if you can hear me clearly. Afternoon. Perfect. I'm Sunisani Lekoa from FNB Botswana. You will see there, I think I'm listed as an insurance specialist, but I'm also the head of life and health for FNB Botswana. I just wanted to take this moment to say good afternoon. I'm so excited to be here in Rwanda. It has been quite an incredible experience, starting with Kigali, then finally coming here to Lake Kivu. It's been beautiful. It's my first time in Rwanda, so it's been an incredible experience, I must say. I've been quite impressed. I think I told everybody back home, I think I'm ready to move here. No, but just to speak to Old Mutual, I think you guys, I see the sea of green, and I know I'm the standout piece. But I wanted to mention that I wanted to illustrate transformation today. So you must trust that FNB has empowered me with the word. And you must be assured that I will shortly transform and become a old life. So when you see me later, I'll be a completely different person. Interestingly, I was talking to Mr. Emia, and he mentioned to me that we came on the bus together. I saw him yesterday and today, and I was 3 different people to him. So I'll be a 4th person, and I'll be from Old Mutual later. Presentation, can you go on the screen? But maybe just to start, I know that notoriously actuaries are known to be know-it-alls. Today I'm not coming to prescribe anything. I just want to have a conversation, share ideas, think through things with all of us, and I think it will be an interesting time. East Africa is a new market for us. We're excited to be a part of it. And I think as you see, FNB is the diamond sponsor. I think it's appropriate considering that we are from the diamond company, the diamond country. So I think that will consistently be our position. We must go congruent. Okay. So today I'm going to speak about protecting the future, reinsurance, risk intelligence, and economic resilience. Again, actually tends to be notorious for being volatile. There will be a lot of numbers on the screen. Don't be alarmed. I'll go briefly into them, but this is just mainly what we're going to discuss today. What is the future that we're trying to protect? While pricing is a bit harder than we might think, the African penetration gap, protecting the future from the reinsurance perspective, from the actuarial perspective, and then moving from hindsight to foresight, the risk intelligence, where does that come in? And what's next, the structures that we need to build to carry it. Again, this is a conversation. I'm not here to prescribe, but I'm going to share a couple of numbers with you guys. So on the slide, you will see that the World Meteorological Organization reported that 2 to 5% of GDP in Africa is redeployed and redirected to climate disasters. That's an incredibly big number if you think about just climate as a risk. If 9% of African budgets are redeployed, that is money that we could be using for development. And I think as a developing continent, it's critical and instrumental that our development funds go to development. So this is the future that we have to think about. How do we combat the climate risk? How do we combat the climate disasters? Should governments necessarily be carrying that cost, or should they transfer it? From a cyber standpoint, about $4 billion annually is reported to be lost to cyber attacks, and this is a report by Interpol. $4 billion. That's a huge number if you think about it. And if you combine it with the 9% of government budget, that becomes an even more astronomical number. On the health and longevity standpoint, it's a very interesting dichotomy. Africa has done incredibly well in the past couple of years in terms of infectious disease eradication. And that is evidenced by the World Health Organization report that reported that between 2009 and 2019, the living or life expectancy rates have gone up by 10 years in the African continent. That's evidence of intention from the African government, and we have seen that life expectancy has gone up. The dichotomy, though, is that where there is longer living, now you have to think about chronic conditions. I think Old Mutual spoke about a chronic condition products that they have. Again, now you have to start thinking about your cancers. You have to start thinking about your heart attacks. Because the older you get, of course, a lot of non-communicable diseases. Is our infrastructure built for that? And where does insurance come in respect to that? These tend to be quite expensive treatments. Are we prepared? Is that risk covered? And how efficiently is it covered? When we think about a currency and inflation, it's an economic question. A lot of our African countries we know have suffered from currency or inflation pressures. Zimbabwe being a big evidence of that, I think in 2009, that for policy values going almost to zero. We speak about trust, and I think this is the first question. If I'm expecting to receive $1 million and tomorrow that million is 10 below zero, then it's a huge problem. On the agriculture standpoint, another very alarming number comes to the forefront. 1% of local small African farmers are insured. That's compared to 46% in Asia, about 15% in South America and the Caribbean. So we're lagging incredibly behind. And I think we spoke about it, and some of the speakers also intimated it to say, what is our small farmers doing? Can we insure them? Are they covered? What happens when they face ruin? How do we make sure that we bridge the gap? Political violence is also an area that tends to be a huge problem for the African market. And another example of this to also kind of show why this is also a challenging space is that in South Africa in 2021, there was a riot. And that riot, there was 32 billion worth of damages. And Australia only had 11 million in reserves, 11 billion rather in reserves. So the government had to fund 22 billion to cover those losses. Again, the government having to step in, where the government's priority should be advancing development. And I think we're seeing that where we let cover, where we miss cover, then we are essentially stealing from our economic aspirations. So why exactly maybe are these risks not necessarily covered? What is the issue? The regulator spoke to this briefly as well on a pricing standpoint. And usually in the insurance space, pricing is a product of data. You understand the risks that you're going into. So we have sparse risk, or sparse data rather. Do we understand our mortalities? Do we try to understand our morbidity? Do we understand our climate catastrophes? If we don't have that data, what tends to happen? The actuaries who becomes the know-it-all just loads for that risk. They make it too expensive and nobody can access it. Climate change. We know historically that our historic climate conditions have kind of changed over time. How are we pricing for this? Do we understand that risk? How do we bridge the gap? Because the future is not what the past was. Small risk pools. In a country like ours, where we have 2.5 million, I heard the regulators say that the premiums in Rwanda are about $1 billion, and I'm thinking we have such a huge penetration that we won't even come close to that number. But in small population, what tends to be the issue is that you have thinner credibility, right? Insurance is a game of numbers, and the bigger your data is, the better you understand it. But in a country where the cattle far exceeds the people, you probably have better cattle cover than you have human cover. Then you have cost mandate pressures, so this is the reinsurance. We've been speaking a lot about reinsurance from London and from Western markets. What happens though is because we have very sparse and limited data, reinsurance pricing goes significantly high when we don't understand the risk, or we try to intuit what the risks could be. Australia did this when the riots in South Africa happened. They almost quadrupled the reinsurance premiums as it pertains to political unrest. Then a big thing, and maybe in more bigger markets or even up and coming markets, you have price competition, where we're pushing rates every year lower and lower and making it very difficult to insure. I think Kenya is a really big market. We would have seen this with the Kenya motor claims, right? The losses, I think, went up so significantly that the regulators had to step in. Inflation, again, we've spoken about. I think it just makes it impossible or very difficult to price in the currency if the currency is unstable. So I just wanted us to look at a couple of countries to illustrate penetration. And I wanted to maybe introduce this specifically because I think penetration is important and is a function of three major concepts: the age of the market, the depth of the data in that market, and the trust of that market. All the speakers spoke about trust. How much or how well do our policyholders trust us? So in South Africa, you'll find that the industry is probably the most advanced in the continent, with about an 11% or 12% penetration rate. And they started around 1845. They're very mature. They have the expertise. They have the depth in the data. They build their mortality tables over time. And more importantly, there is trust. In those markets, you'll find that claims are paid within 24, 48 hours, depending on complexity. In Namibia, which follows through from South Africa and has similar insurers and a similar depth of market, you are sitting at about an 8% penetration rate. When you go right down to, let's say, Nigerian penetrations, they're sitting at between 0.3 and 0.4%. And largely because if you think about the trust aspect, right, Nigeria, I think, has had an inflationary pressure, and I think that is a deterrent as well from insurance. So some of the ideas that we presented in previous slides will come through in the penetration. How old are you? How well do you understand your market? And how well does your market trust you? So the reinsurer is a very important facet when it comes to risk and understanding them. And I think over the last couple of years, we've seen the reinsurance African space grow tremendously by about 8-9%, where the insurers that they're insuring are growing about 56%. I dare to say that I think reinsurance is very critical. And I tend to also think that answers or solutions for African problems should come from Africans. And I think that's a very important takeaway point. Over and above that, I think understanding where the reinsurer really provides true value. Reinsurers have notoriously been known as capacity providers. So the backing, they've never been in the forefront. They are the guys that the policyholder doesn't even know exist. But reinsurers need to also transform themselves to not just capacity providers, but capital management partners. What happens when Old Mutual wants to redeploy their capital to an AI automation system? Where do they get that capital? I think reinsurers are also instrumental in providing that kind of capacity, right? Instead of worrying about being changed, let the reinsurer worry about that. How do we then also improve the service providers that we can do? So going into technological transformations. Also as risk advisors, trainings. I think we've spoken about expertise and how well do we understand the risk. And I think this is where reinsurers are also instrumental. They tend to be at the pinnacle of the data points and the understanding of the industry and designing the terms and conditions and so forth. But are we training enough? How visible are we to the brokers? Do the brokers understand fundamentally the insurance principles? Are they able to advise? Are we advising them and also assisting? Are we listening to them? I always say, or it's very popular that, trial of pricing is never good friends with the brokers. But that's because the brokers are the mouthpiece of the people. And they stand in between as that guardrail. Analytics providers, do we understand fundamentally who our clients are? Are we going to them? We know that insurance is very, very formal and advanced market, and we've adopted it as such. And I think RIBA made a good point to say, but do we understand that our market is slightly different or informalized? Are we going into the informal market? Are we providing solutions where they need it? Have we copied and pasted and not quite innovated? I think those are some of the questions we need to ask. Reinsurers also, with incredible skill sets, should start thinking about catastrophe modeling. And I think a lot of them have, and that's where most of the industry is. And what this does is, because we kind of know that climate isn't what it used to be, but how do you forecast? How do you figure out what happens when you look at one area and the catastrophes that can happen? Do we have adequate cover for that? Is it that because you haven't had the claim, we assume the risk doesn't exist? And I think that's where the catastrophe comes in. I think in the South African context, in 2014, Old Mutual actually had forecasted that the catastrophe chance of the landslide was about 1:25 years. So they were prepared for that risk. So beyond just being the balance sheet manager, I think it's instrumental that the reinsurer brings the brain into the conversation. So moving, not just being the back-end person, but also being very instrumental in advising the industry and also receiving advice from the industry. Now, the know-it-alls have been around for a while in this industry. I think before big data was a conversation, before data analytics was such a popular frontier, there were actuaries. And what actuaries attempted to do was to use the information that they knew to forecast or to try to predict some certainty what the future will hold. A very interesting fact is that in the 1800s, there was a statistician called Adolphi, and he did the average man test. It basically was collecting the height, weight, and trying to understand the average man. Around the 1900s or the 1950s, Metropolitan Life adopted those tables and made what we call the health normal weight tables. Those tables today we use as the BMI tables, so the body mass index. Those were tables built from around 1800. So we've always been trying to predict, we've always been trying to use data to get to understand some fact or understand some idea about people or what type of risk are they. So the historic data layer has always existed. The policyholder will share their data with the broker will share it with the insurer with the broker or the cedent, and to the reinsurer. So that value chain has always existed and has always been a data value chain. Now the problem is that usually we collect data once, usually we collect data minimally, and usually we don't have touch points going forward. So do we quite know about our clients throughout their life journey? If you think about a life insurance product specifically, if you meet them at 24, they're completely in a different space at 40. Do you know that they have kids? Are you aware of that? Have you covered that? How much are we talking to them? How do we get more information about them, right? And also what's happened over time is that we ask less and less questions to try as quickly as possible to sign a policy. But what that does also essentially is that we then lose information that can help us predict or price more precisely. I think what's important is also to understand that the more data you have, the better pricing that you'll get. And AI, as we automate towards it, requires volumes of data to understand, to also provide that position and pricing. And with that position, I think we will see higher penetration. As it's been intimated, pricing is a problem. I'll give you an example. In the Botswana market, maybe about 15 years ago, premiums were triple what they are today. But not because they couldn't have been cheaper then, it's because we just didn't understand the market. So we priced or loaded for it. So now we are in an interesting age, if you will, the futuristic prediction tools. How do we use these tools? I think we've seen examples already. Discovery is using wearables, I think Old Mutual as well, to try to predict or see lifestyles and then price appropriately per life. Historically, insurance has always used aggregate averages. So that's to say the average man. Very unpopularly, I know that there used to be gendered pricing. So when you say because you are a man, you are at more risk of going into an accident, you drive faster. But some men have questioned that and said, but me, I drive better than my wife. So I'm not convinced that I'm a workout risk criteria. And I think this is where now you have to go to the individual level and understand your client. And technology is allowing us to do that with wearables. I think we now have telematics in cars. You kind of know how people are driving. When do you drive? How do you drive? Are you a fast driver? Are you a slow driver? Are you only driving in the city? Do you drive long distances? Do you drive at night? That helps you understand your client better and price them appropriately. Capacity modeling, I think we spoke about briefly in an earlier slide. Parametric insurance, again, we used to try to estimate or try to imagine what type of climate conditions could come. But parametrics are immediate triggers, and they also help with the quickness or provision of claim servicing in a quicker timeline. And I think portfolio optimization or exposure management, getting early warning signs, all these tools are now assisting us to understand better the type of risk that we're in. And all these tools we should adopt and will allow us not only leapfrog, but to get where we want to get to. You know, we're talking about, I think the regulator said, a 5% penetration rate, but I can assure you that rate will be way higher if we are able to understand our risk more precisely. So what are the next steps? They're not prescriptive, just my ideas or thoughts from research. Pricing the risks appropriately. A lot of the penetration tests we fail because our premiums are just too high. They exclude a majority of our population. We are not solving our problems if we only cover about 10% of the population. Pulling of the data. This is very critical and important, and I think in every question that you ask, data becomes the problem or the primary underlying foundational problem. If we don't have enough data, if we don't understand our risks, we will always have an insurance problem. And I think what we need to start actively working on, and as associations of brokers, as insurance associations, as the regulator, is to pull data together. This will allow us to move ahead. The Western world might have had centuries to do it, but I believe that because we understand the tools that we need, we can leapfrog in a shorter time frame. Where they walk, we need to be running because we have to catch up. We need to start small with untested risks. What usually happens is that we try to solve a problem, it burns us, and then we never want to go back to it. But if we are a bit more cautious and we lean into understanding our risks at a small pace but growing nonetheless, into the spaces that are very uncommon and untested, political and risk areas. A lot of the times we don't want to insure those spaces because we just assume it's bad risk. But have we tested that? Do we know that for a fact? Building the talent pool, I think this is critical and instrumental. If we don't have actuaries, if we don't have risk managers, if we don't have experienced underwriters, if we don't have good, excellent brokers, we just won't get anywhere. And I think those are some of the critical steps that we need to be taking. Do we distribute where people are? I think somebody mentioned earlier, I think Kenya is a good example of a micro-insurance hub. We always keen to learn from the Kenyan market that we've done. But find out where 90% of the market that we're not covering is sitting. And once we find where they are, then we can understand our risks, then we can start to insure our risks, and we can start to understand our market. Building the regional capacity, foreign reinsurers are talking about 70%, and understandably so, because in most cases they felt to be the most experienced when they are. But how do we ensure that we also understand our risks? Because you see, they also use proxies for our risks. Because they are not quite on the ground, they can't quite get the data quick enough, and they need that data as well. Pricing in a currency that holds, I think in Zimbabwe, an example was that after the inflationary pressures, they introduced that you can use US dollar premiums. So also having those kind of policies to protect against currency fluctuations or economically countries that are going through some economic struggles or turmoil. So those are just some of the ideas that I wanted to throw around to think about, to understand. Again, I'm not the know-it-all, I'm just thinking out loud. But I think it's important for us to be trusted. I think it's important for us to empower each other. I think it's important for us to
to empower the next generation. And I also think it's important that we transform. And we transform not only in our minds but in our hearts and think about the people that we serve and the risks that we are actually solving for. Are we solving for African risks? I think that's a very important question. And if we are, then why are so many of us not insured? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This session is fascinating assessment, and it's coming in from a point of view of a real player. And I think Rwanda is into the setup of one, or maybe looking at the study, if it's possible or not. We actually needed to hear this so that once we take decisions, we know how to go. I'd just like to give a very quick announcement one more time. Some of us have strong blood and we can feel free to donate it because we generate more every day. So, maybe just donated during the break when I mentioned it. Yes, thank you for clapping. But I'm just going to inspire you also. If you read the WhatsApp group, I hope you're on it. We have 170 something people. We share the photo of where the nation is taking place from. You could go and they will direct you. This is going to happen. I don't want to see someone going there wanting to receive and say, I've been struggling. Can you basically transfer this to me? Alright, anybody with a question? This is the moment we could ask before we go into our presentation from Bhutan. Yes. We have a question from our brother coming from Uganda.
Thank you very much. The actuary from Botswana, that was a very insightful presentation. But also now that we have an actuary in the house, I want to be guided, or I want an explanation. I keep thinking the issue of penetration is misleading. We are dealing with African countries that have a higher growth rate. And because of that, you can stagnate because the country is growing very fast and penetration is not catching up. I can give you an example. In Uganda, we've crossed a 2 trillion mark in Uganda shillings. But from the time we are doing less than a trillion, we've been at the same penetration rate. Simply because the economy is growing too fast at 7%, and because of that, penetration cannot catch up. So whenever we emphasize penetration, I keep thinking it's a bit misleading. But since you are actually, I need you to put my fears at rest. Thank you.
Hand over the mic. Thank you very much. Again, I don't think I need to introduce myself. It's a pleasure to have an actuary with us. By the way, it was a very beautiful presentation. And the presentation, you don't have to make that much more tranquil. A good question. You talk about operation for life insurance businesses. What are the basic and inflationary cloud? How do you handle that? How do you handle that experience? Because the rest of us, how do you handle it? Because of time, while you're already doing the business. But, I don't have an example. For instance, how did the already heritage in 2009? When they performed hit the road, do they close the business? Do they pass the risk outside now is the other one? Do they
in today and tomorrow. That would be appreciated. Thank you. All right. You would like to take the 2 questions? Yes, please. You can go ahead.
Thank you for the questions. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
I think the first question was on, is penetration a fair measure? It's a good question. And I think it's true. There are different mechanisms that also impact that, like economic growth, and quicker or faster than the industry is growing. The secondary layer is the reality also on the ground. And that reality is that where the economy is growing, say developmental project has gone up, where is that insurance money going? Additionally, I think some of the numbers also don't lie. If only 1% of farmers are covered, surely they're leaving money on the table. So I think 2 things can be true at the same time. I think definitely the economic growth aspect is one. But on a secondary layer, the truth of the matter is that we are underinsured. And we, unless as an example, in the Rwandan situation where there's compulsory covers, I'll give you an example, in Botswana they're not. And we have a smaller motor book because of it. So while it is true that the economy can be a faster growth curve than the insurance playing catch up, there is also money left on the table. I think the secondary question was on inflation, what has happened, and I think in the Zimbabwean context, they've had to also have some of the insurance in US dollars, right? So kept in a currency that is a bit more stable. Yes, some of those where the inflation wasn't planned for. But I think we also kind of need to be a bit honest about our economy sometimes. In the life insurance space specifically, because you're making a promise that you're going to potentially have to deliver on 30, 50 years later, then we have to be honest about our economy. And I think where the regulator comes in sometimes is where we can see, because sometimes we can see. We then make provisions early. You don't become reactive, but rather proactive. And you put in place alternative currencies that we can use. I know you always use the US dollar. I'm also an advocate of using some really good African currencies. Yeah.
Okay, I'm correct in foreign currency. Mostly, like I was saying, we need to talk about the value. The value, life insurance companies tend to trust with the banks locally. They trust locally. They're just looking at a personal situation, it's encouraged to place outside the country and the carriers that are much more stable other than just collecting premium in hard currency.
I'm agreed. I think obviously also as a portfolio management measure, right? Outside of doing that, you can also add that as an additional layer. So yes.
In a rapidly evolving.
And I've always wondered, all insurers, the reinsurers, I use that last big boy or big girl. It's good for the economy. I mean the economy. I've always wondered, and I still have those questions. And thank you for asking the question of where do you put your portfolio if you keep it in an economy that you don't really trust, and you are the one who's supposed to be a safety net, and you go with it. These are really good conversations. You should bring them to us as people, because we are customers. If I know that the portfolio is safe, I will stay with you, because I know whether the random bank collapses or not, you still got my back. I think that's the message I've taken from today. See, I'm picking what I'm picking, and I'll decide later. Anyway, I would love to give you a token of appreciation
Could you please join us on stage? Dr. Ben, they told me you liked it the other time and you would like to do it again. I think I will hand over the opportunity. Definitely.
In a rapidly evolving market, we continue to be among the fastest growing issuers with remarkable constant year-on-year growth led by innovation, customer obsession, as well as strong partnerships.
Through digital solutions like our travel and marine insurance portals, we are making insurance simpler, faster, and more accessible. Beyond traditional insurance, we're expanding our inclusion and resilience through accessibility of protection solutions, including personal accident, blue personal accident, and student liability covers, while extending our reach into agricultural sector through crop insurance. As a responsible company, we create sustainable initiatives that
in a rapidly evolving market, we continue to be among the fastest growing issuers with remarkable constant year-on-year growth led by innovation, customer obsession, as well as strong partnerships.
Through digital solutions like our travel and marine insurance portals, we are making insurance simpler, faster, and more accessible. Beyond traditional insurance, we're expanding our inclusion and resilience through accessibility of protection solutions, including personal accident, blue personal accident, and student liability covers, while extending our reach into agricultural sector through crop insurance. As a responsible company, we create sustainable initiatives that create lasting changes and improve lives, from environmental conservation through
in a rapidly evolving market, we continue to be among the fastest growing issuers with remarkable constant year-on-year growth led by innovation, customer obsession, as well as strong partnerships.
Through digital solutions like our travel and marine insurance portals, we are making insurance simpler, faster, and more accessible. Beyond traditional insurance, we're expanding our inclusion and resilience through accessibility of protection solutions, including personal accident, blue personal accident, and student liability covers, while extending our reach into agricultural sector through crop insurance. As a responsible company, we create sustainable initiatives that create lasting changes and improve lives, from environmental conservation through tree planting campaigns to supporting access clean water in primary schools. Our commitment extends beyond today to future generations.
At the heart of our success are our people. As Top Employer 2025-2026, we continue to foster a workplace where our talent thrives and innovation flourishes.
Guided by our vision and our 5 strategic pillars, we remain focused on our sustainable growth, customer obsession, execution excellence, and strong partnerships.
With our brokers, customers, partners, and employees, we are building trust, protecting futures, and shaping a stronger tomorrow.
The token of appreciation because you've really done an amazing job in being part of this journey, and I would love you to join us here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Ben and team told otherwise. We were told you are very fond of burning calories, and this is an opportunity for you. Every morning, yes, people know. He burns a minimum of 500 a day. I recommend. I need it up, don't you? Beautiful. Amazing. Thank you very much. For the next person, allow me to give a chance to share us a video that they prepared. Given some of the questions that some of us raised in the presentation, it could give us more context, and then we'll come into the last speaker of today. Let's follow.
Africa is a land of opportunity, but also a land of rising challenges. From shifting weather patterns to digital threats, and from food security to financial resilience, the risks we face are evolving. At FMRI Botswana, we believe resilience is more than recovery. It is preparedness, strength, and adaptation. We stand with insurers and brokers across Africa, providing reinsurance solutions to protect against weather risks, cyber threats, and the growing challenge of food security. Our solutions are designed for Africa, by Africans, rooted in our deep understanding of the markets we serve. Whether it is building resilience for farmers, protecting businesses from cyber attacks, or preparing nations for the impact of climate change, FMRI Botswana is your partner in progress. FMRI Botswana, driving resilience, building trust, securing Africa's future. Together, we rise stronger. Africa is a land of opportunity, but also a land of rising challenges.
Since 1960,
and we are going to hear from him representing the associations that we have here as or association de assurance Rwanda.
Good afternoon, everyone. From the baby language and the answer that you just gave me, let me not try to repeat good afternoon again, but rather promise to be as brief as possible. And even if it's possible, I can even skip a lot of my slides, interesting slides that I have prepared. But as Arthur mentioned, I am standing between your lunch and I'm going to try to do justice to both of the two agendas. So as the leading the presentation, allow me to commend again the Association of Brokers of Rwanda, RIBA. You can clap for them. For successfully gathering us together and really doing this interesting infrastructure that we're doing. We are having earnest conversation, and I hope in the next expo roundtable meeting that we're going to have, we can have some of actions driving the way forward. So my presentation is going to be really, really brief. Because I'm going to be advocating for you CEOs and executives sitting there to be sitting in these seats longer than we have to. And confidently doing that, because I'm not conflicted. If I was a CEO of an insurance company or broker, they would have said, you want a longer term. But now I'm saying on behalf of my members and my partners, which is all of you. What we do matters. We don't have to repeat it again. I stand on all the protocols and the established conversation and truth that we are not only safeguarding people's lives, household and communities, but we are enabling national development ambitions. So what we do matters. The problem comes, have we defined our success? The good thing about Rwanda, we have done that in our national insurance strategy. It has 8 pillars, and each pillar has a lot of actions that we are going to be tackling together. This cannot be a one-man show. It can't be ASAR, or RIBA, or the regulator alone to do. We have to collaborate. It's mandatory.
that we collaborate together to be able to implement this. But as we say, traditionally, so many speakers, including LD of all media, have said it, we've been selling something over the years. And as discussing with my colleagues, Rwanda is a very young market, since 1975. And we even have a particularity of Rwanda. In 1994, we were forced to even start from zero. Everything that we have reached in between was scarce. Now we are starting from zero. We have to change our mindset, but appreciating first where we are coming from. So our resilience is imperative, not because we have to as insurance people, but as Rwanda we have that experience. We know it's a must. But we have been doing better. For those who remember the figures before 2018, there was no underwriting profit. We were relying on asset profit. But now we have a different conversation. Our insurance market is growing, and we are doing better. Very critical for innovation. We can't innovate without enabling environment. We are blessed to be in a country where modern money penetration is at 77%. Our digital infrastructure has evolved. We have all that is required to move this country and this insurance sector beyond. This is an opportunity for me. The regulator has said we should do better. I am not contradicting that, but I'm saying we are doing better, that we can do more. The Actuarial House has said it. 1.7 may not be an adequate representative of what we are doing. That's why I always compare with the uptake. If we are serving 27% of our population, given that we have about 14 million as of now, we still just have room for me to opportunity 73% that we need to cover. And it's something that we can take and draw our next way forward from here. We said it again, I'm not going to repeat it. Value, data-driven, customer-centric solutions, flexible, modular, seamless experience using digital and AI, everything is going to help us. But we need to be thinking, what is innovation for us? It's an invitation for all of us to rethink and digest this question as we are going to launch. Have we done enough? What can we do more? And we cannot define innovation if we don't see who are we serving. As I said, Rwanda is a very young, insurance is a very young market, but so is Rwanda. 50% of the population are under 20 years. Those are the people that we are serving. So for me, I was drawn to think what should be our priority areas. What should our money, our time, our effort, our collaboration, our partnership should go first? It is serving that population, that younger population. In having this conversation, I love to give a picture. Imagine Rwanda with all motorcyclists, our mopari, having no debt. Nothing to do. Try to imagine how that picture in Kigali. Tell me what you're seeing, if it's not a scandal. And that's what should keep us awake. A work to serve them better, faster, efficiently. So, angry, for me, is that one area that has a domino effect on each and every other area that you are talking about. In South Africa, after they have given solution to electricity issues, their GDP grew about 2%, I tend to be correct. But it's about, so if you solve our energy issues, something that we're partnering with so many people in the room to resolve, we will change the game. Food is going to be next. I don't have to emphasize on here. MSN, as I said, is going to be a game changer. So, as we all agree, claims is going to be the product. How fast we pay is going to be a decision making if we are standing out or stepping out. It's up to us to choose and put on strategy to help us deliver. So, this is what we have agreed as Rwanda to improve on these KPIs. The National Insurance Strategy, several mentioned and cited, the 5 days on a claim payout. I say it's ambitious given where we are coming from, but we can do better. My call today is to ask all of you who are investors, who talk with investors, who have meetings with investors, to let our investment sit longer in Rwanda. In Japan, an average contract lasts about 50 years. Any contract. It can be cleaning windows of a public building. What does this mean, and what is the impact of that? In 15 years, you have failed, but you also learned. You can improve in 50 years. For us, average your life is about what? 5 years? You have no room to fail. And when we talk about no room to fail, there is no innovation. We can't measure impact. We can't serve the 73% that we're talking about, who needs patient capital, who need inclusive insurance solutions targeted to their needs, and we know them because we are among them. So I'm here advocating for you sitting in opposition longer. That's why maybe I should get some clapping. For us to fail, but learn and improve. We have a national insurance strategy together with a national inclusive insurance roadmap, clearing all the strategic barriers that we have. In the first round of implementation, for me it's a critical stage where we should be addressing all the systems market barriers. So advocate for us. We need you to be here longer so that we go together. Thank you very much for your kind attention. For patients, Asara is not an office or a face. Asara is all of us, all the stewards in the room. So I invite everyone, including my chairperson and all the peers, to be answering questions, not only me.
Since 1960, we've grown with purpose. From our roots in Morocco, we've built trust. Since 1960,
we expect to handle questions internally. But if somebody has a question to us, this will be the moment to start. Is it understanding or the next plan? It's the next plan. All right, we ask each other the questions at the table having a meal. Beautiful, beautiful. We're coming to the end of our session, but before we do that, members, I was waiting for you to help me give a token of recognition to our MD at FMRE.
Since 1960, we've grown with purpose.
The land of gold. The land of diamond. All the way from Botswana. Our brother, could you join us, our MD of FMRE, to take the token of appreciation on our behalf, and then later on I'll ask you to stay to now hand over a token of appreciation to us all that is going to be received by our speaker for giving us the time and the insights that she has just shared. In the meantime, I was about to tell you blood donation is ongoing, but it would be very unfair for me to keep telling you when you haven't added the raw materials. So once you add the raw materials, start with vegetables, the digestion is faster, and hand them over to the blood team. I expect you to do that. Let's take a photo. I'm waiting for you to join in. very much. Amanda, I'd also ask you to join us so we can give you a token of appreciation and an amazing presentation and the time you've given us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Beautiful. All right. Thank you. Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly urge you after lunch to kindly go and donate your blood so that we give back to the communities that we serve. So after lunch, once you are doing your energy, please run to the lobby and let us have your blood. Please distribute some of the handouts and today, because we know some of you are already. Go on last day. So we request you to go and donate and give back. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you in the evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for any requests and remember to work with connect. So don't forget as we have learned this for lunch, please start like you don't have a number, you hand it to me, or even message it out and send an email to the HR. That's what I always say. Have a wonderful time, and I'll see you at the blood